Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Villa-Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Colwell?
Here.
Commissioner Howington?
Here.
Commissioner Lowly?
Here.
Commissioner Santiago?
Here.
Vice Mayor Harriet?
Present.
Mayor Vila?
Here. If we can please stand for the pledge, and I'll ask Commissioner Lully to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're going to start in Section 4, Business. We're going to start with A, Code and Parks, and we're starting with the TNR Trap Neuter Release Program. Staff. It's in the bottom, in the back.
Oh, there we go. Danny Ron, Co-Compliance Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayors, Commissioners. I'm here because I need direction with this program that we have. This program has been in place with, by the City Commission since 2013. Staff has been tasked the last couple of weeks to find an alternative to the TNR program. As of right now, we have not found an alternative. This is a problem. It's not a city Deltona problem. It's not a county problem. It is a countrywide problem. The cat population is out there. Best way to control those. A lot of TNR programs have been in place in jurisdictions. So that's why we're here this afternoon. Now, since taking over this program a year and a half ago, I have put safeguards in place to protect the taxpayers' money. And so I've come here to ask for direction on this program.
What type of direction are you looking for, so we're clear?
There's not much in the ordinance to enforce, so maybe definitely update the ordinance if you want to continue with the program for best practices and also enforcement actions when it comes to violation of the ordinances.
Okay. I believe Commissioner Caldwell was at the last TNR meeting, and you're actually on the board already, so if you can just speak into the mic. And what did you learn at that meeting, and then whatever you want to say as well?
I learned there was quite a few cats in the population, and it was out of control. What I'm looking for is we were supposed to identify the people who were involved with the program, who's registered, the locations and things like that. Have we come to that point yet, or?
We have not, sir.
Okay. Have we put out the information for them to be available to?
That's correct.
And nobody's coming forward?
Nobody's come forward. The information I'm getting, TNRs all over Deltona, not just designated areas.
Did we ever have designated areas or locations on file?
We did start a county list, but as time went on, staffing has changed within those periods. It wasn't kept up to date.
I know the program was originally designed to control the populations or the colonies of cats, not to exceed certain areas. Have we identified other cities that are using programs for the TNR program?
Yeah, pretty much every jurisdiction in the area has some kind of TNR program.
Okay.
We did, I think one of the best ones that I've seen, and I haven't had a chance to even bring it up to the city manager, is Port Orange.
Port Orange.
They have a program. It's structured, but there are ordinances in place to help them do the enforcement. They provide training for those colony caretakers, limiting how many animals on their property, if it's commercial, if it's residential. Yeah.
Okay. We haven't seen any interest in anybody wanting to be registered then at this point?
At this point, we have not any.
What I propose is to extend our research for another 30 days, and if we can't get people to come forward and want to be registered, then we'll look at an alternate plan as far as where we want to go with it. We got cat populations or colonies that are growing to large amounts. I mean, there's some of them 40, 50 cats in these populations, and they're being fed all over the place. So we need to get control of this. That's all I have.
Commissioner Lowe.
Thank you,
Then
Mayor.
Commissioner Avila-Vasquez and Vice Mayor Harriet. Sorry.
Thank you. When this kind of came again recently, when I went into our code, I found that it was very vague, and it said that it was a pilot program. And then that's it, right? Is that?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So I agree with Commissioner Caldwell. I think that, and perhaps maybe that's what's in on the report today. Maybe that is the summary of that's the summary of the pilot. Because to me, I think of a pilot program as you bring back the results of it to determine wider application. That's at least what I would think it would be. So I guess as part of that coming back in 30 days with information and recommendations based on the feedback that you get, I would like again to present the results of what we've seen so far. And I guess the pilot program so far has been just all over the place, really, I guess is what it would be. So if we think that has not worked, then I'd like to hear that and then present the next steps of what the recommendations would be for a full-on ordinance for this that goes beyond just calling it a pilot program.
Understood.
Commissioner Avila-Vasquez, then Vice Mayor Harriet.
Thank you, Mayor. So when this program came to the city of Deltona, that's my first term here at as commissioner. And Port Orange was the people that came to train us and gave us a presentation and help us put together the policies and whatever information was put together. I can tell you that back in the days, we did have a nice group of volunteers who did their job. We have feeders, and honestly, I couldn't understand why a feeder has to be identified as a feeder in order to feed a cat, but that's a different story. And I can tell you that it was working. I met a lot of the volunteers back in the days. For some reason, things started to break off, and maybe the policy itself here in the city of Deltona didn't stop working the way it started because of the change in staff, like you said. But there were reports. There were reports that we used to get. We knew where the colonies were. We knew who all the volunteers were at that time. So again, something must have gotten lost in the change of staff. We did have a big turnover. Again, we did have good volunteers back when this program started. So I don't know what happened, unfortunately. And I understand some people, I don't have cats. I have nothing against them. I'm just allergic to them. But, so, you know, I just don't like to hear the anger and the hatred that people use when they talk about cats, getting rid of cats. I'm sorry, I love dogs. Don't tell me about getting rid of dogs. I don't like people. I can't get rid of them, unfortunately. So I'm totally for this program. I just hope that we can make it work, that we can continue working with it, and we can make it work, and we can go back to how it all started. And I know that the biggest concern here is the grant, the money. This is what I believe a lot of the commissioners complain about the money. You know, you got to spend money in everything in the city. We got to pay staff to take care of, you know, animal control to go out there and make sure that everything is working. I know that I think recently there was something about neutering cats and spading dogs or whatever, maybe vice versa. But I know there was a program where you brought your animal in, and it was in combination with Halifax, and they brought him here because I have my dogs taken care of. And I dropped them off here. They took them to Halifax. They had them fixed. They brought them back here. We picked them up. And it was a nice program that worked back then. So let's try to work on that. Let's try to think about that, and not just put the ownerships on the volunteers that are out there. They don't get paid for this. You know, this is the love that they have for these animals. I'm just saying, Port Orange was the one that came out to train us. As a matter of fact, the person that came out to train us is the Port Orange mayor right now. And she's, I think, the mayor of Volusia League of Cities. So,
That's the mayor of Port Orange, is the gentleman. I think you're talking about Nancy. She's the
no,
mayor of
Nancy is Daytona Beach Shores. So maybe she's not the mayor anymore. But I'm for the program. I'm sorry to say, I know a lot of you don't like it, but I'm for it. I'm an animal lover, so. And then the other story I heard was that people drop cats off here from other cities. What kind of proof do we have? We don't know if that's true. I don't know. Let's try and see how we can save this program. If other cities are doing it, let's look and see what they're doing that we're not doing that's not working. I know we're a larger city. We're bigger. I don't know. Let's see. Like you said, let's look at it. Let's talk about it. Let's see what's not working. We never even got a report. We never found out what we're doing wrong, what we're doing right, what's working, what's not working. I know I'm going to get a lot of emails from those people who hate cats. How dare you support this? But, I mean, it's like your children. They didn't ask to be brought into this world, neither were they. So some people bring them and then they just throw them out there on their own. So I just say let's look at it and see what's not working and take it from there before we throw in the towel. Thank you, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Harriet, Commissioner Lully, Commissioner Santiago, then Commissioner Howington.
All right, a couple topics. I think I agree with everybody that's spoken already, but I think I'm going to sum it up. I'd like to see a report on the pilot program, successes, failures. I think 30 days should be sufficient, or the meeting thereabouts. I think that we need to update the ordinance, make it more specific. I think those updates need to include the objective of reducing the cat population. That is the whole goal of the TNR program, is to reduce the cat population. It also needs to include, I don't know that we need to identify the individuals that are feeding, but we need to identify the cat colony areas. The city is not one big colony. We need to identify the individual colonies so that we can address them.
We have, sorry to interrupt, but we have people coming in from other cities and locations to feed cats, so we have no idea who they are.
And that's
why we need to register.
And that's unacceptable.
We know who's supposed to be feeding this.
Yeah, so I think it's important that there is some sort of registration component, whether it includes individuals or not. I think it at the very least has to include designated colony locations. Mm-hmm. And that way, outside of that colony, we can enforce the no feeding. We're not trying to spread this around. We're trying to isolate it to specific colonies. And that way, another thing that the ordinance needs to include is a component for staff to provide oversight on these colonies. That way, staff is the one that goes in and does some sort of observation on a regular basis, whether it's biweekly or monthly, to identify that whether a colony is growing or shrinking, or there's new cats that need to be focused on trapping or not. That's got to be included in the ordinance as oversight by staff. And then I would like to see an ordinance also include a very clear relationship between city responsibility and the partnership with the nonprofits. And then I would like it to also include not the specific nonprofit names, but requirements that those nonprofits must meet to ensure that the people that the city is doing business with, that are essentially representing the city by proxy, are of the utmost standard. That's all I have, Mayor.
Commissioner Lully.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo the sentiments of the last two commissioners, the three who spoke. I'm also an animal lover. When I moved here, I didn't understand until I moved here, I didn't understand the really size of the issue here until I moved in, and there's like all these cats all over my street. And I mean, I feel bad because I do love animals, and they come up to me. And yesterday, one actually brought me a present of, this is for real, of a ring-necked snake. So that's nice for my few few little dogs, they don't have to deal with the snakes because the cats take care of them for them. So we do appreciate that. But just for the commission's awareness, and I just pulled it up, the Port Orange ordinance is section 10-22. If anyone wanted to look into it, it's just titled Community Cat Program. And it looks like, I think it touches on a lot of what we've just talked about. Certainly we can enhance it for our city's purposes, but I think it touches on a lot of what we talked about. And I think it has been a disservice to the volunteers and the city that it has been such a loose program, and it's not anyone's fault. It said it was launched as a pilot program, and it never went any further than that. So we haven't had the structure in place, I think, to regulate it and be able to monitor it.
Commissioner Santiago?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the last three commissioners. We're bringing it back within 30 days, taking a look at other programs that we can include in the city. Danny, I do want to say one quick thing. I appreciate everything you do along with Renee, because I know it's a lot to deal with. So thank you to your staff.
I think that's echoed by the rest of our
Yes, yes. But other than that, just within 30 days, and please let us know if there's anything else that we're missing, we need to include, let us know within that 30 days. Okay, thank you.
And Renee is in the audience back there.
Thank you, Renee.
Commissioner Howington?
Okay, I agree with everything that's been said here so far. I'm sorry. I agree with everything that's been said by everyone. I agree we should be bringing this back for more workshop topics. I'm a dog lover, not so much a cat lover, but I have had cats for a very long time. I have a concern that we have started this program. We have cats that essentially have been taken in by the city of Deltona, and they're essentially now our cats through the TNR program. So we need to be very careful about how we move forward, because if a resident were to abandon their cat, that would be animal abuse. So as a commission who has determined that we are taking possession of these animals and caring for them, we need to take that very seriously. And please don't skewer me on this one. I would like to see a sanctuary somewhere. Potentially, I know we have the property that's out by the wastewater treatment plant. And if we have an area where we can contain and they can live and they can still roam and have land, hunt, do the things that they do, we can control the population, we can monitor their health, we can ensure that the animals that are there are the animals that have entered the TNR program. We can utilize volunteer programs to work with us. You know, we can use city staff, but at least then we know where the colony is. And I'm not saying just give them a tiny little space. We can invest in a pole barn that's completely enclosed, have it with air conditioning, heat. So I want to make sure that we're thinking outside the box. Just putting them out into the wild. I got a phone call the other day from somebody who had one of these animals that was mauled by a dog. So can we help this situation? Because it's not just protecting the animals from the environment and the situation that they're in. We've taken possession of these animals, and we need to ensure that we're not growing the population. To your point, thank you. And in order to control that population, we need to know where the colony is, be actively involved, and determine how to move forward. And keeping the best interests of these cats that have been in the process for the past several years. So that's what I've got.
So I'll say something, then Commissioner Avila Vasquez, then Vice Mayor Harriet. What I'd like to see is, have you guys run into any situations where you run into any of the cats and you've scanned them to see if they've had microchips? I'm sure you guys do that anyway.
We scan, unfortunately, when it comes to sick or injured. If they're feral, they're kind of hard to scan to get close enough. But yes, the only time we do pick up is because they're sick or injured. We do scan them. Same thing with the dogs when we pick them up. Yes, that's the only time we do it.
I asked that because if we can add that as an option that we can look at as part of a way to ensure, because I've seen this, right, where we have some residents that take in, whether it's a cat or a dog, but the subject is cats, right? They take in a cat, they like it, feed it, take care of it until they become a nuisance to them, and then they just let it go out in the city to fend for themselves, right? If there's a way we can, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of issue a penalty or something for those people that are doing that. It incentivizes people to really think about if they're going to bring an animal, they should keep it, right? And I've spoken to a lot of folks that probably, don't want to say who they are, but they have worked in the TNR program that have said that that some of the cats look like they used to be, a domesticated cat, not feral cats, right? So if we can look into something like that where, listen, you let go of a cat that used to be yours, we find the microchip, you're going to get hit with a $150 fine. Something around that lane, right? I don't know if that's something that legal can advise us before we give direction to staff, or something that we can at least look at.
We do have that in the ordinance right now when it comes to, if we have show proof that this is an actually owned animal by a scan, we have an ordinance of cats and dogs have to be properly contained to the property within a fenced area. So there is an ordinance that we do cat that. It helps us identify whether, the owner might have lost a cat too.
Sure.
And trying to get, that's one of the main reasons for microchipping now, to get that pet back to the owner as quickly as possible and try to avoid taking it to the Humane Society. And, but yes, we do have that in the ordinance right now.
Are we practicing that?
Yes.
So
now, when it comes to cats, though, unfortunately, it's not until it's either sick or injured when we pick them up and we check.
Yeah, because they're difficult to catch, I'm sure.
Yes.
So, there's a lot of concerns that are being brought up. Obviously, one of the discussions, I had a resident that showed me a video of their cat being mauled by a coyote, and I know that's not something that happens every day, but we have to be mindful that, that the cat colony could be, unless we control their growth, which is what I hope we're trying to do here, is going to continue to attract some of these predators, right? And that's what we're trying to avoid. And I personally have heard a cat being mauled by a coyote, so it's not too far of an extreme as some might think, and it's horrible. And it's horrible because some of these cats that are let go by some people that might have owned them in the past, some of them are declawed, so they have no ways to defend themselves. Others still have their protections, but coyotes are vicious. And I'm sorry, I have personally seen, and I was kind of poking fun of the person, I'm not going to say who it is, to avoid controversy, seen somebody drop off cats literally right here. Why? I have no idea on God's green earth why they would drop off cats here at the preserve or anywhere near there where they know there's wild coyotes out there. So for those that are hearing, if you're planning to do that, just, I guess, contact Renee or something. But it's not a good plan. And if we're practicing that scan thing, that we really need to make sure that even for the cats, maybe we're a little bit stronger on it to see if we can catch some of the residents or past residents dropping off cats. So, Commissioner Vila Vasquez and Vice Mayor Harriet.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just curious to find out, when the Vice Mayor says nonprofit organizations, what are you referring to? I've not known any nonprofit organizations getting involved other than just regular resident volunteering to do these things. Maybe I didn't know that there were nonprofit organizations involved in this.
We have nonprofit organizations, yep.
Okay. All right, I wasn't sure. I've always known that it was just local residents who volunteered to do this. And do we have the names and contact information of these nonprofits?
Of these nonprofits? Most of the volunteers belong to nonprofits.
They do, okay.
I can't verify that because I don't have that
no
information.
problem.
But most of them, when I do speak to them, most of them belong to some belong to a nonprofit.
Okay, because I know I went to a TNR meeting one time, I think, when you first started, and I just want to let everybody know, Danny was thrown into this. Danny was not involved with the TNR project when it started, so he came to him when he got promoted into this position. And so I know that back in the days, it was just volunteers, regular local residents who volunteer and form a group to do all this stuff with the cats. So is in the nonprofits or the organization, is there one person that reports to the city on what's going on, or do we not?
Nonprofits don't report to it, it's the volunteers that report to us.
I think that's where, when I made my comment, that's what I was alluding to, was that there needed to be within the ordinance more organization outlined as to the relationship between the city.
Right, and that's what I was getting at. Maybe there should be a group of volunteers, but one person to contact the city. This way, there's no information lost between the organizations and the city. The other thing is that Mayor cats don't only get killed by coyotes. They get killed by loose dogs too, with irresponsible owners who leave their dogs outside. I mean, the other day I got a call with 3 dogs this big trying to dig into a fence to get into the other side for another little dog that was on the other side. So it goes both ways. It goes for cat owners and dog owners. And so I'm just trying to come up with something that we can still communicate with these people who are trying to assist the city, because they're really assisting the city in this. They're just volunteering. They don't get paid. And so if we work with them and have one person come to the meetings, wherever you want to have meetings, and just give a report of the colonies and what they see, where they feel they need some help from the city and stuff like that. Maybe, part of the report that we're asking for.
Understood.
So we'll see a change. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Harriet.
Thank you, Mayor. In my comments, when I made the comment about wanting to have these areas identified, have these colonies identified, I think it's important that we continue to look at things at a colony basis and not the city, an overall city basis. And I want to be clear, I do not want this program to be on the backs of volunteers. It is not the responsibility of volunteers to oversee the program, to, report back to the city on this. I truly don't think that that's appropriate. I think that we need to require that colonies be registered and identified. If we have a point of contact for a colony that is a volunteer or a resident, I think that's great. But we need to have these colonies identified so that we can have a staff member that goes out to the colony on a monthly or biweekly basis that can observe the colony and say, okay, we've got every cat, or I think at one point I had heard that we had to have like 60% of the cats in a colony, 75, okay, that have to be spayed in order to achieve a decrease in population. And so confirming that needs to be the responsibility of the city. And so I don't want to leave that up to volunteers, right? We can't direct volunteers. We can direct staff, or we can direct, you know what I mean. So, but I think that needs to be part of the ordinance, is laying out that program so that there are requirements that colonies be registered. That way staff then can go monitor those colonies to make sure that we are spaying the appropriate number. And if they identify that there are cats there that don't have ear chips or the ears tipped, then we can work with the volunteers to get those trapped, to get those spayed, so that we are truly working on that goal of reducing those populations. Some of the other things that I think, whether they're in the TNR ordinance or whether they're in a different part of the ordinance, I would like to see heftier fines for abandoning animals, and I'd like to see that on a graduated basis. I think that only works if they are chipped. So I would also like to see the city put together a plan to do maybe biannual microchipping scenarios or events. I think microchips are like $5 a microchip. It doesn't cost a whole lot. It's pennies compared to the cost of the problem. So I think that it would be phenomenal for the city to sponsor that. And then I would like to see also somewhere in policy a requirement for all outdoor cats, regardless of feral or owned, they all must be microchipped. So that way every cat in the city that could be caught outside is either going to be ear tipped or microchipped. And if that's not the case, then they need to go to the Humane Society and be ear tipped and spayed, or an owner needs to come forward, and in order to get their dog back, it's a hefty, or their cat back, it's a hefty fine. And if it happens again, we won't give them back until they have a microchip. And when it happens again, if it happens again, the fine gets heftier. You know.
And then then they'll abandon the animal, and we're trying not to get away from that.
And that's fine.
So I like the idea of what you're saying about helping, assisting with the other ones.
Well, and at that point, if they decide that at that point they want to abandon the animal, then the fine doubles, and at that point, then we can address that. But there needs to be a revenue stream, because this program is going to cost us money. I don't want to hide that. This is not going to be a free program. This is going to cost us money. This is going to cost us staff time. This is going to add staff likely. But it's been very clear, and I think all the commissioners, everybody agrees, that this is becoming an unmanageable problem, and it's affecting tons of residents. It's personally affected me. I've got commercial businesses in my district that are affected by this. I hear constantly, it's about 50-50, right? I don't know about the other commissioners, but I receive about 50% of the complaints I receive are, we love the cats, you can't do anything to them. The other 50%, and it might even be 60-40, get rid of the cats. We don't care about TNR, just kill them and get rid of them. But we have to strike that balance, and I think through this ordinance and increasing fines and putting in place the monitoring components so that we can properly address it is how we do it. Thank you.
And just to add, we did provide last year with 2 local shot clinics with which we provided free microchipping for those events.
I'd love to see that expanded, and that's maybe were those in the city?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, with respect to the fines, and to address both your points, what if you had in the ordinance an annual amnesty? So if your cat gets lost once a year, that first time you get to pick it up for free, as long as it gets microchipped, and then if it happens again, then there's a fine. Because I understand there's sensitivity about cost, and sometimes animals get out.
Yeah, and I think that's that input. I'm very supportive of that.
So, Danny, quick question for you. Right now, when a dog or a cat gets loose, what do we do? We just call the owner if we find the owner?
That is correct. So first thing we do, once we have the animal impounded, most of the time it's dogs. We'll scan for chip, take a picture, we post that photo of the dog on our Facebook page. Yeah. So we're hoping the owners call. It's about 30% positive, because we get some owners that, hey, that's my dog, and but yeah, we still take a lot of animals to the Humane Society. Of course, microchipping, it's available, but unfortunately, a lot of times microchipping information is not up to date. Mm-hmm. We get excited and say microchip, oh great, and it's not just scanning is going to give me the owner's information. No, this microchip, all it is a number. The officer still has to do homework after that. It's not a one quick thing. We're hoping the company that has them owns that microchip is available. We call that number, and hopefully that information on the microchip is up to date. So yes, we do hit obstacles, but hopefully most of the time, and like about 30% chance we do get the owners before they take that pet to the Humane Society.
So I have experience.
So Palm Beach County has a program that when they catch an animal, regardless of if it's a dog or a cat, they spay and neuter it automatically. And then they charge you a fee. I know because my aunt had that situation. She has a boxer. It somehow jumped to like an 8-foot fence that she got a special thing for, and Palm Beach County caught it. They neutered him, and she was charged $100 and something, the cost of the neuter, and she picked up her dog.
Absolutely not for dogs.
But no. But I'm saying we're trying to bring this back to TNR. I'm just wondering if that's something similar that we can do if we're trying to reduce the population.
We could look into that. I know there's been obstacles with the Humane Society. They can't make an owner spade or neuter their animal. But we do have ordinances. We can write citations, but still, again, I can't make that owner. I can write them hefty fines every time it gets out. That's one of the ordinances we check. We check rabies, up-to-date rabies vaccination, city licensing, spade or neuter. We take them to court because those are issued by citations, which is heard in front of a county judge. And yes, it could be hefty fines, but we still cannot make. I would have to get with the Humane Society and see how that protocol will work on us, and I'll get with the attorney for that too.
I think let's get with legal on that, because I think that with an ordinance you can, and I support that 100% for cats, but not for dogs. If you have an outdoor cat, to me that tells me that you don't really care that much about your cat, and the cat needs to be fixed. But dogs that are contained, and it's very different between dogs and cats.
I was just using that as an example from the experience that I
Yeah,
saw.
I currently do not see that happening within Volusia County, and we use Halifax Humane Society as our animal impound, but they don't do that right now.
Okay, got it. Commissioner Villa-Vasquez and Commissioner Caldwell, did you want to speak as well?
If I may, one thing just before, just so you all know, based on the size of our city, I know you were talking about fines for mistreatment or abandonment. We can increase our fines substantively. So under Florida statutes, because we have more than 50,000 people, with a majority plus one of this governing body, so it'd be 5, supermajority. We could have fines that shall not exceed $1,000 per day per violation, $5,000 per day per violation for repeat violation. So I'm not saying we have to go that high, but we could. We have, under the state statute, the authority to increase our fines for those types of things, or any of these things that you think are appropriate, substantively, which, to your point, this will increase cost, right? Increase services, increase cost. So perhaps as a way to defray some of those costs.
Yep.
Commissioner Villa-Vasquez and Commissioner Caldwell.
Thank you, Mayor. Danny, does the vets, do they do the microchip also?
I think they do. I don't meet them for any of those.
Now, I know that...
Staff does them, right? Your staff?
No, the last 2 events, we used staff from Volusia County. They provide. They've done it, the experience. I might look into training for our guys so they can do it.
It's really easy. I've done it.
Yeah. I would like to.
I just want to, I'll get with legal to make sure we're covered if we want to start doing that ourselves.
May I? Thank you.
You can use this if you want.
Right?
Here, you can just take this one.
I know that this is probably not something that can be done in the city of Deltona, but I know that back in the days when I lived in New Jersey, you had to register your animal with the city. And every year, if you did not renew your registration, they will come knocking on your door. I know that right now, with a population of over 100,000 residents, probably hard. But is there something we can start like that?
We currently do.
But do you keep track of who has not renewed their registration?
Yes, a letter gets sent out, I believe it's 30 days prior to the expiration date, because it expires the day, a year, 365 days after you get issued that license, city animal license. In order to attain
For
the
dogs
license,
and cats?
dog and cats, correct. And in order for you to get that license, you have to, your rabies vaccination has to be up to date. So yes, that helps us out when it comes to those 2 ordinances to enforce. Yes.
So when they get their rabies shots and everything at their doctor, that information gets sent to the city?
We do both. Sometimes if they get licenses for the local vets, we have a couple of vets that provide the city license, or they bring that proof from the vet to City Hall, and we could provide them a license there.
Okay, thank you.
And this also helps trying to find the owners if
Yeah.
hoping.
Because if there's no
once they get the
chip,
license-
but you have a registration in front, on
That's correct.
file, then it would be easier for your staff as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Coyle?
My first question was similar to Ms. Vasquez here. How do you follow up on people coming into the city as far as getting them registered and stuff?
Oh, in our database, we still, once they obtain that license, we will schedule it, not 365, but 30 days prior to that. That way and what we'll do is staff will send a letter out, say, hey, your license is about to expire within 30 days. I'm thinking it's 30 days. And that way we know. Once that license, let's just say, if it gets renewed, good. We'll reschedule a new re-inspect the following year, for the following year.
Well, that's
If they
fine
don't
for the
get
people-
it,
That's fine for the people that apply, but how do we know, like, the house next door doesn't have a pet or a dog that's not registered?
well, we address these when, let's say, when the dog, we do have a complaint on an animal, a cat or a dog. If it has to do, if it's a bite case or the dog is found wandering loose, this is when the officer opens up 3 cases just to make sure they're up to date with rabies vaccination, city license, and address the at-large, which is another violation. Most of the time, if it's just the first time, we'll probably just say, hey, no violation, but yes, you need to get these 2. If it's a repeat violation, it's a repeat violation when it comes to at-large, that's when we use the punitive, the fines for it. Right now, it's $150 if your dog is found loose. We do advertise that information when we put it on Facebook too. You may be issued a fine due to your dog being wandering loose. So that information is out there.
I know we're working on, go ahead.
I will say this. So to your point, the people that are taking their dog to a vet or cat to a vet to get it spayed and get it rabies shot and get its tag, they're not typically not the problem because they have the wherewithal and they care enough to do that. The challenge is that you have so many people, particularly because we have a lot of large lots, a lot of land, and people can just have cats and they have babies and then they just run around and they just run free. And even if they intend to try to do it, if they're babies, they can just get away and then they're out. I think if you want to try to incentivize people to register, you have to think about that when you draft an ordinance. Maybe, I don't know, the first month of the year, all registrations are half off, or free. Or if your dog is registered and we catch it loose, the first time it's caught, it's no fine. Like, you got to give them a carrot because it's in a city this big with this many people, it's very hard to use a stick because you often can't even see how many pets your neighbors might have. Like, maybe they've got 1 registered, right, or there's a bunch in the back or they're in a cage or in a pen or whatever and they can't be seen.
They'll say, I don't have the money, so keep it.
I know we're also working on a rental policy. Is there any way we can implement some type of registration that's mandatory for the renters through these agencies that are renting them? I know part of the problem is there's a lot of abandonment and a lot of movement coming in and out.
Right. I mean, the challenge with animals is they're transitory and they can be acquired anytime. So someone can be in a house for 6 months, have no pets, and then get a pet in an hour.
I think through our rental policy, we're going to start doing annual inspections, so we'd be able to find out. If they have no pets registered, then obviously there's a cat or dog in the house.
I see what you're saying. So in that, maybe tie it so that when we do your annual visit to your rental property, if there's any pets, they will be checked to ensure they're registered?
Yes.
We could work, certainly, we could work with code enforcement.
And if any fines ensued, how will we proceed with that? Would it be through the rental agency or the individual owners?
I mean, it'd be through code enforcement. Most of the houses are rented privately. I mean, I know there's some companies, but it's a lot of just private owners doing these rentals. It would just be code enforcement, like any other code enforcement, civil citation.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor Harriet?
So a couple things on that. The scanners, the chip scanners, are only a few $100, like $500, $600, $700. I think that'd be really easy to just provide an inspector.
I think we have some, don't we?
We don't have enough.
We have one assigned to every animal control vehicle, and I think we provided one to the fire department, just in case somebody brings to the fire station. But I believe the last one we bought was $350.
Yeah, they're not a lot. So that'd be to your point when we work on this rental ordinance. If I think every inspector that's doing inspections on rental properties should absolutely have a chip reader, and I'm very much against the forced spay and neuter of dogs, but I am not against the forced chipping of any pet. Period. I think also we need to the city attorney's point, incentivize chipping and registration. What's the current cost to register a cat or a dog in the city?
If it's spayed or neutered, it's only $5.
Okay, if it's not spayed or neutered?
$10.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
And they can go online and do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I think we should make it $0 to register, because the $5 and $10 is really not going to cover a whole lot. Let's just make it $0, make it easy. I like the idea of making registrations all at the same time and not throughout the year. The first of the year, similar to the beach passes or whatnot, they all expire December 31st. That way it's easy. And it doesn't cost any money, so that if you come in November, you're not paying a fee for just 1 month. There's no concerns with that. And then give the animal control officers easy access to register animals while they're out. If they come across an unregistered animal, then it should be very easy for them to get pull out an iPad Air or something and go through the process with the owner right there. Bada boom, we've now documented that animal belongs to this address and this person, and they are the responsible party. The inspections, there was a mention of inspections with pet registration. Are there any?
There is no inspection.
Okay.
The only thing we provide is proof of rabies vaccination, and it's current. Has to be current.
Perfect. Okay. I had another thought, but yeah, I think making the process easy up front is the most important thing. I mean, let's take the minimal cost out of it. Let's make it really easy for these inspectors or the animal control officers to register dogs and cats as they come across them. The comment that you made about the information, making sure that the information is reliable on the microchips. I would like to see our animal control staff get trained to provide the microchip and more or less install it. It's just an injection into their shoulder, between their shoulder blades. And then they can put all that information in before they leave the animal. That way they can confirm that there's owner contact, that there's an address associated with it, that all of those data points are in it, and it's not up to the owner to go in and continue the step. They can put all that information in right then and right there when they insert the microchip. That way we can confirm that we've got the information. So, thank you, Danny. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Villa-Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So inserting something in somebody's animal, isn't that putting the city in some kind of legal? Isn't that, I think you were looking that up, huh?
Okay, so a couple things, if I may, before I get to that. So just a flag on the rentals, we're still in the process. They're going to do the inspection at the property turnover, so there's not going to be anyone in the house. So it wouldn't make sense to have it be tied, because the house it'll be empty at the time, and it's just for life safety. So there won't be any humans and pets. But
I thought we were going to go to
Yeah, I think we need to discuss that one a little further. We talked about an annual or every
yeah, we can
3
look into
years.
it. There is some concern about government overreach, though, so we gotta come back on that one.
Must have stepped out of lead for a second.
Yeah, microchips. We would have to look into if we can require a microchip. Microchips. So the problem with animals is they're not humans, and they're hard to track, they're hard to locate, they can be disposed or moved very easily. No one's...
Well, the question is, is it advisable to have our staff microchip somebody else's animal?
Yeah, there's no problem with
Is there
that.
any legal?
There's too many people at once. Hold on.
Yeah, certainly, there are many animal control agencies that microchip. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I know how to microchip an animal. It's a relatively simple process. The challenge, though, is the microchip data, right, and ensuring it's updated. And here's the problem, right? I have a pet, and I move away, and I give my pet to my neighbor. And the microchip is still registered to me, but now I'm in Alaska, and the neighbor has the cat, and the cat's safe, but if it gets lost, that chip, because the new owner, who's a very nice person, but maybe they don't know to update it. These are great ideas. I'm just letting you know that there's not a clean, very enforceable solution to any of this. It's going to be an amalgamation of carrot, stick, you do your best, you encourage residents to comply.
But is there a liability on the city if one of our staff inserts a microchip in an animal?
I would imagine that if it is owned by a person and the person consents to it, it's probably minimal to none. I mean, again, I think other counties that or cities that have animal control, if they find a loose pet, they have the right to microchip it and often spay and neuter it if it's loose, even without the consent of the owner. So there's again, you have to remember, and right or wrong, pets in Florida are property. They're not humans, and so we can treat them like property, right? So that's why if you find a loose one and you don't know who its owner is, you can spay it, neuter it, microchip it, and when the owner comes back, they say, what are you talking about? This was my prized bloodhound. I was going to breed it. Well, it was a loose animal, it's like finding a truck, right, on the side of the road, right? I understand it's a dog, but I'm just telling you, these are excellent ideas. I think the liability is very low. It happens a lot of places do it. I just want to be, I think a lot of these ideas are going to be great and we can put them in a new ordinance. It's a complicated problem. There's a reason why no one has solved it, to my knowledge, in America. You do your best, and I think a lot of these things will, and honestly, I think discussions like this and encouraging people to do this and incentivizing them in the ordinance so that there's incentive for them to do this will help.
So we're clear to staff, right? The direction is to bring us a report within 30 days. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because there's a lot of stuff that we're saying.
As soon as the report's finished, Mayor, better. So we're not stuck on the 30-day concept.
30 days, thereabouts.
Thereabouts, okay.
Yes.
We're using non-word words, whatever. 30 days, thereabout, and then are we rehashing or relooking at that Port Orange ordinance that they have?
I would just say updating our ordinance.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Not looking at anybody specifically.
We should definitely review theirs and see if there's anything that would.
Yeah, because if it's working, I understand it's a different city, it might not work for us, but if it's working, we should review, update our ordinances.
I don't want to copy any other person's ordinance.
There might be some aspects of it.
Yes.
Okay, so, Danny, do you have any more questions as to what else you need? Because I know a lot of stuff was there. I see you writing, but.
Yeah, I wrote a lot of stuff there, and I'll get with Doc on this and make it happen.
I have one more question. You want me to push the button?
Go ahead. No. We can't.
Danny, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, you guys, if we're going into chipping all the animals and stuff like that, and you guys have the readers, if we're going to have registered agents, feeders, and things like that, can we arm them with the devices to read this? Because I'm assuming they can get up closer to the animals than code enforcement can. With a checkout system or something.
For the TNR volunteers?
The TNR volunteers, correct.
We can make that work.
And that would determine what animals in there belong to who and where.
Okay. City Manager, you have any other questions before we go to the next subject?
I do have a quick question, just to confirm. So we're going to work with animal control, a new ordinance for TNR to mirror Orange City? Port Orange?
No, not mirror anybody.
Yeah.
Take concepts that work and create Deltona's ordinance.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. We will do our best and bring it to you. It might be a couple revisions, just to be clear.
I know,
Okay.
I know like in the Port Orange thing, they had limits on the animals that could be in a colony, which is something.
That is correct.
That's just something, you know.
They even gave restriction on residential and commercials, how many they can have in those areas.
If
So
we're going
that's
to have
something we could adapt, I think.
If we're going to have something like that, then we need to be very clear on what's going to happen when that colony reaches a limit as to what happens next. So,
Are we notifying, by the way, just, and I know we're trying to move on, but are we notifying the property owners around the areas where these colonies are at?
Up to date, we have not, sir.
I think that should be a component of
That
the
should be a
ordinance.
component, because before I forget, one of the people that did reach out lives in District 4 by Fresco and Mas. There's, I believe, and I could be wrong, I'm going by what I'm being told, there's a cat colony in that area, and she has a child that she can't get doctors to come to look at her kid anymore because they keep scraping their cars. So, I mean, that might be an off thing, but, you know, make that part of it, that we need to notify wherever
I would
colonies
think
are
we
at.
would need approval from the property owner where those colonies are at to be approved that those cats
Correct.
should be there or not.
Okay, perfect. All right, so you have direction. All right, moving on to the next subject.
Thank you.
2, no smoking in parks. Guys, there's public comment at the end of the workshop. Of all the subjects, there's public comment at the end.
Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. The statute before you is for us to restrict smoking, vaping at our parks and facilities. The Parks Statewide Association's been asking for this for well over a decade. The House and Senate have finally passed that statute, which is before you. We are looking for consensus from the Commission so we can develop our own ordinance to make that happen.
Okay, Commissioner Cole.
Obviously, if we're gonna pass it, we're gonna post this in on all the parks and stuff. We're gonna put in multiple languages.
Yes, we will have signage in multiple languages. Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I.
So let me ask the silly question. Does it include all type of smoking, vaping?
It's smoking and vaping, but there is an exception that the House and Senate passed regarding unfiltered cigars.
Okay.
And Doc is a big fan of that.
So that's allowed?
Yes.
So let me ask you, let me be a little bit more clear, and I know this is probably, I know the answer to it, but could we make sure the public knows the answer to this? There's no smoking marijuana in the parks.
There is no. That is correct.
West Crowell, I hate to bring it, I love that park because I go there with my daughters, but holy crap, you'd think a specific law firm was there pushing the, I'm not going to mention it.
We certainly try to partner with our law enforcement to limit that, but as you know, the resources are stretched thin when it comes to that, but we do try to stay on top of that as much as possible.
Commissioner Levy, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I strongly support this. I'm glad that we talked about the different ways it was covered. Terrific suggestion about multilingual signage. I think that's great. I certainly would like to see this as strong as possible, even outside of this. We could look at in the future as well, outside of just the parks or where parks maintain certain properties. We're talking about this campus as well. I would be interested in seeing that. So I think this is terrific. I know some of us have met with the coalition who has been working with municipalities on this. I met with them, thank them for bringing some of this information to us and would support seeing this brought back to us for passage. Thank you.
Commissioner Colwell and Commissioner Villa-Vasquez.
You kind of mentioned at the end of his comment there about enforcement. How's it be enforced?
That's something we'll have to work with our law enforcement partners to determine that, and that'll be part of the ordinance options we give you guys on how we're going to enforce that.
So what would the possibilities look like? I mean, would the law enforcement issue citations at the?
That is where we'll be shooting for, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Villa-Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not a smoker, so what is non-filter?
So we're actually up there. There's a state rep right now that's helping pass the bill's being heard. I don't know if it'll go through there or not, but it's Apparently is. Do you want to try to explain it? Because I don't smoke either. But he showed us what it looked like, and it's to help
It's
people
more
stop
traditional
smoking.
cigars are allowed. Any rolled cigars.
Marijuana cigarettes are not filtered either.
No, it specifically says cigars. It's the way they passed the
I mean,
law.
seriously.
Yeah, so just regular standard hand-rolled cigars are permitted, what you'd see normally. in a-
You roll marijuana cigarettes. You ever seen one that you roll?
It literally says cigars only, marijuana. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Just for clarity, there is no recreational smoking of marijuana in Florida, and the medical marijuana law is pretty stringent that people are not supposed to be doing that in parks, public parks. So they can be cited right now under the current medical marijuana law.
thank you. That was my next question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're all in agreement, and
I'm
Vice
going to tell you,
Mayor.
to be honest with you, I'd rather have somebody smoking a cigarette next to me than a freaking cigar.
Let me just say this. So
There's some people who take that personal.
yesterday.
I don't care. They stink.
Yesterday, I was in the park with my two daughters, and there was a gentleman smoking a Black and Mild. My oldest daughter, who's only 3, started yelling, "Ew, what's that?"
That's the smell, right?
They were literally sitting in front of the bench at West Carl Park, and there was other kids there. So I mean, I
I'm
can't.
sorry, David, if you're hearing
That'd
me.
be a filtered cigar, wouldn't it?
It was a Black and Mild. So.
I just want to make sure that whatever the ordinance that we develop and come up with can be enforced by code enforcement as well as the sheriff's office. And
Cannot.
can. I think it should be.
In all parks.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you say code enforcement, Vice Mayor?
Code enforcement and the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Okay. So I think we all gave clear-cut direction, right? That was
And
a lot
are we
easier
going to
than
be able to speak to VSO about this, get their point of view on this, how they will be handling it?
When the ordinance comes back to us, can we make sure that we get their opinion piece on that as well?
We'll be meeting with them while we're drafting the ordinance as well. We'll be meeting with the captain, the lieutenants, and the sergeants, so yes.
Thank you.
All right. Can everyone good with moving to the next? All right, we're moving to Code and Parks Future Concerns.
This was, I think, just a grab bag for anything off the top for those 2 items, those 2 departments. Is there anything specific that would want to be brought up? Left
I
it
wanted
kind
to
of
bring
open-ended a little bit.
something up, but I think it's in a different area, or is it not? I believe it's not, so
Anything for
Let me
code or
just-
parks specifically?
eco funding is what I was going to talk about for future concerns. So obviously, our city manager, 10 months into it, I want us to set him up for success. So if we can, just as a suggestion to bring towards us, whenever eco funds are up to apply, I would like to see us at least have 2 projects regarding parks that we can probably present so that we just don't not apply. You know, it's money that we can get. I know you have I've seen some drafts, I believe some other commissioners have seen it about pickleball and all this other stuff. And I know you thought about it as well, but I wanted her to be clear cut that whenever eco funds are up for grabs, there should be at least two different projects coming from staff to you, and then so we can look at it as a commission, so then if it needs to be, right, so we can move forward and make sure that we are getting eco funds.
August, I believe, is the classes. We have just also employed a grant writer that's going to help us across the board. And we can at least announce this morning, we've received $139,000? 139 for the windows here at City Hall has just come through. We haven't put that out yet publicly. We're going to discuss at the next meeting. And there's another one that's quite large that I think we'll bring up at the next public meeting.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So if the rest of the commission is okay with that, I mean, I think that's just to make sure that we continue to get funding and improve and update our parks. Vice Mayor Harriet and Commissioner Vila Vasquez.
And on that side note, just real quick, because you mentioned about the parks, we're meeting next week with Parks and Recreation. Within a month, we're going to be advertising for parks meetings, a couple of them around the city, to discuss renovations of all the different parks and then bring it back to the commission for consideration. So we invest money into our parks in this next year.
Would some of that include the ADA that we've already done studies on?
Yes,
ADA
and
accommodations, okay.
and then that's setting us up for the ECHO funding
Great.
additionally.
Vice Mayor Harriet, Commissioner Vasquez, and Commissioner Love.
Awesome. Just want to kind of tie some of that together. I love the idea of bringing back submitting 2 parks for eco funding every time opportunity is open. I also want to make sure that we're not tying ourselves to that. please don't sue us. I want to make sure that we're not just submitting projects to submit projects.
Oh, no.
No, these will be for some upgrades we're planning on doing. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so I understand. I'm on board with the plan. I think it's phenomenal. I'd like to see a commission workshop after the community meetings so that we can all sit and discuss. And I know that we want to pursue the bigger projects. Those are going to take some more time, need a lot more input. But I'd also like to see us improve a lot of the smaller parks. We got a lot of pocket parks, a lot of neighborhood parks. The Montecito Park is phenomenal, but I think there's a little bit of work that can be done out there that's just small stuff. But I'd like to see a plan, a rough plan on what that would look like across the city. So, but I think you're doing a great job. I'm looking forward to the upgrades. So, Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So as far as, I know that we spoke about the grant writer that was hired, which I think is excellent. How are we prioritizing all these projects? Because I know that my lakeshore has been bleeding for many years, and I know that it falls into these ECHO grants. So how do we prioritize these projects?
Well, Lakeshore Park, we're meeting this week with the developers to come back to the commission with consideration because we have potential lawsuits out for that whole construction project. We're hoping to come back with a positive decision working with the same people and try to avoid legal issues and to still complete the 4B project, which is all the boat ramp all the way up into the rib section. The park system, as we talked about, will be coming back to the commission. I'm not sure as far as having a workshop with the commission as what projects you guys want done more than the others as far as water projects, as if there's anything specific. Is there something besides the 4B? We all know about the 4B project, but that's a hole that just keeps money to keep going into.
And I just keep seeing more projects being worked on and more projects being finished, and the 4B keeps going down and down and down and down.
Now 4B is a major legal issue.
So-
That's taking a little
Well,
longer.
we have to start it somehow. But anyway, I know that this is
Tuesday's meeting, yes.
another workshop. So I just want to throw it out there. Let's keep the 4B project, please. It's been like going on 8 years now.
Anything else, Commissioner Avila Vasquez?
No, sir, thank you.
Commissioner Lowell?
Thank you. I guess I'll bring this up now. One of the things that after the zoning overlay, what I was hoping that we could work on next was looking at our tree fund and where we can start planning that. I think that ties in probably to the parks plan because parks are a wonderful place to plant some trees, right? So if we could talk about that, I had thought maybe each commissioner can select a spot in their district where we could implement some sort of new tree project. And so we look at that being, certain native species that work in the specific areas where we're targeting. For example, you wouldn't plant like a magnolia in a wetland, and you would generally plant a bald cypress in a low area. So looking at that and using some of those funds, because I understand the funds are there and have been there for some time. I've heard that we haven't been using them. So I'd like to see that. And again, if that's whether it's a park or another location in each of our districts where we could pilot that and select an area. And there are really good examples throughout the region of really good landscape. There's even some in our city. I mean, if you go look at Commissioner Howington, the McDonald's at Normandy and Providence, what they did there with their landscaping and their trees is a really good example of, I think, the direction we need to move. They use a lot of natives, and for the stormwater retention areas, they put like Fakahatchee grass and some other native plants that help absorb the nutrients from the runoff. So again, if we could look at that, whether that's parks or other locations in each of our districts, I'd like to see us focus on that.
Okay. So we're going to the next item. Legal ordinance violations, sorry.
Thank you very much. So we prepared a memorandum laying out the options. The genesis of this was the concern about 4 or 6 weeks ago regarding the noise ordinance. Since then, we've taken a deeper look and gone through the code. Our noise ordinance refers back to a penalty section. And that penalty section, if you look at the second paragraph, it's in italics. It's City Code section 1-15. It also, if you go to the next page under general penalty, there are other sections of the Code of Ordinances that refer back to that penalty section. So it's Chapter 50, Solid Waste, Chapter 14, Dangerous Dogs and Actions, Chapter 10, Amusements, Entertainment, and Block Parties, Chapter 22, Businesses, Chapter 34, Emergency Services. So all of those places refer back to this penalty provision. So we have a couple options, and we can bring them, if you give us some direction, we can bring you a draft. Option 1 is to treat the noise ordinance by itself. Option 2 is to just revise the penalties for all of these issues. Option 3 is to treat the noise ordinance by itself, resolve it, and also revise the penalties for the other things. The real question is this. The current penalty has been interpreted by the Sheriff's Department and their general counsel that this is a criminal misdemeanor. And so the only way to prosecute under this, which is for all those sections, not just noise, is for us to have a contract with both the state attorney and public defender's office. We have been trying to work with them to get estimates. We've not successfully gotten any numbers yet, but if we do that, it's likely the cost is going to vary from year to year based on how many violations we bring. It will be complicated. It will be costly. It is unlikely that we'll be able to recover the costs that we incur to enforce by the fines, since we're going to be paying lawyers on both sides of the table, the prosecutors and public defenders. Some people might not qualify for a public defender, but likely most will. The other issue is you'll be arresting and prosecuting under misdemeanors residents, and maybe you're okay with that for some of these things, maybe you're not. So you can treat this how you want. We can just deal with noise right now. But my recommendation is going to be to look at this section and to revise it to no longer have it be criminal misdemeanors for any of these things, and to switch to escalating fines, which can be issued by both the Sheriff's Department and code enforcement, and they'd be then they could go to the special magistrate just like other civil violations, and they can be appealed to county court. So we can put that in the ordinance.
I think that's the way to go.
Okay, we gave them 2 ordinances to look at for comparable areas, Fort Myers and Martin County. I didn't know if anyone had a preference for either of them. They're similar, but so you want to eliminate the misdemeanors generally?
Yes, I don't think we should be writing misdemeanors or arresting anybody for
That's not our
anything that we've talked
responsibility.
about.
Yeah.
I agree with escalating fines.
Yeah, I think escalating fines, let's handle it through the special magistrate. Let's move on. I think we need to fix that first and foremost for the noise violation, and then at the same time or immediately following work to fix that for the rest of the code violations.
So if we revise this section 1-15, it will solve it for everything.
Done.
That it refers to, which is noise and all the other ones.
And it's more cost effective as well, right?
Yeah, certainly.
More cost effective, and it's easier to actually.
We shouldn't be criminalizing.
It fits the role of a city. It better fits the role of a city and their responsibility as a city, and not, we're not trying to criminalize our neighbors.
Or we're not an HOA.
And we're not an HOA.
Is there a point where it escalates that we can go to a plan B, like a criminal penalty? 3 times.
That's a hybrid model.
3 strikes you're out type thing.
I believe Fort Myers has that hybrid model.
That's the one I liked out of both, just
The hybrid, I'll just tell you right now, we could do that, but it's going to be both complicated and expensive.
No, I'm saying not the hybrid portion, but I like that more than the other city.
Okay, you like the Fort Myers ordinance better than Martin County ordinance?
Yes.
I really don't want to turn this into a criminal thing.
Okay.
I think keeping it a city
But
thing.
at what point is somebody just going to say, the heck with you, and just don't
Well, I
worry
think it
about
goes to,
fines?
wouldn't it go to the magistrate meeting anyways?
No, criminal goes to.
No, I'm not talking about criminal. I'm saying if they
Civil?
continue to do it, would we not take them to a magistrate meeting if they're not paying their fines?
Well, and that's where I think that the escalation needs to go to is go from the magistrate. Look, if we give them 3, 4, 5, 6 times and they're not complying, hit them with a lien, it goes on the property.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And then,
At the
and that's
escalation point, at what point do we set the limit? I mean, is it 1, 2, 3?
4 or 5.
So we can put it in there and we can make it consistent with some of our other ordinances that have that escalation.
Yep.
I will tell you one of the challenges is going to be leaning properties is a little easier because they're owners, right? Rentals, but also the noise ordinance in particular can be visitors, like someone in I don't know, just visiting who doesn't live here and
Visit
doesn't
the
have
property.
a lease here. Right, exactly. So
They're visiting a property.
they're visiting a property, right? They could be visiting and staying in an Airbnb, but they could also just be visiting for the day, like coming to see their relative.
They're visiting a property. It's the property owner's responsibility to make sure that they're good neighbors.
I agree.
Okay, so you want to tie it to the property owner regardless of where that human resides.
Yeah, if they are associated, I mean, as long if they're sitting in the middle of the Lowe's parking lot and they're being absolutely absurd, then it needs to be on the property owner of the Lowe's parking lot. That Lowe's parking lot property owner then has the power to trespass them to get them to leave. That's the criminal component. That's not on the city to provide the criminal component.
It puts it back on the private sector.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
And this is set for a certain time of the day, right? It's not, I mean, if I have a little party in my backyard and Davidson doesn't like the kids running around and screaming.
Should have invited me.
He's gonna code compliance on me, right?
That's a good question.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I will tell you this, our noise ordinance as drafted is excellent ordinance.
Yeah.
It's very good, it's very comprehensive, it's very detailed. The issue is just the enforcement and the penalty. So just so you know, we put it as an attachment. It's like the first exhibit. Page 3 of 9 of the current code shows basically the restrictions. 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The sound level limit for residential is 60 decibels. After 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. it's 55 decibels. So, I mean, Danny probably can speak to this a little more because he goes out on these calls, but we do have exceptions. We have.
He gone.
I mean, I don't know that there's anything particularly questionable in our ordinance that we've heard anyone raise. If there's something that you don't like, we can work on it as we do this.
If it's going through the magistrate, do they follow our regulations and ordinance, or do they have their own set up?
They follow ours.
Escalate.
We hire and pay them.
Yeah, we'll put it in the penalty. It'll explain the escalation, and it will give the magistrate direction on the repeat offenders. Typically, I think in our other places, if it's 3 times, it's a repeat offender, and then it would escalate. But we'll make sure that it's in conformity.
Vice Mayor, sorry.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
In this case, then VSO is out.
No, they can still issue civil citations.
Okay, so if a resident calls 911, VSO can act on it as opposed to the way it is now.
Yes. Yes.
That's what.
And the joke is?
Will they act on it?
They won't.
Yeah, that's the. And I don't want to say that it's the joke. It's that they have the ability to, whether that's viewed as their primary function, and they will is something that we just have to work through the sheriff's office.
Yeah, no, I think what's holding the sheriff's department back is that other,
That piece in the
that piece that we have in our code.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will empower the
Right.
deputies, correct,
Exactly.
and they can issue civil citation, there's not going to be any uncertainty, they don't have to worry about a prosecutor, or do we have all these things set up? You can issue a ticket.
Got it. Thank you.
Vice Harriet, then Commissioner Hollington.
Didn't he talk already?
I always talk. The other thing that goes along with not just this item, but a lot of the things that we're talking about, and I think Commissioner Lilly can also agree with this, is that we need to have a better public information campaign. I think that this is one of the things that I've come to realize, with, especially with the noise ordinance stuff, is that the only way for residents to make a complaint when this is happening after hours, because this is happening after 6 p.m. when code enforcement's office is closed, is to call the non-emergency dispatch line. And then they tell dispatch that they need a sheriff's deputy out here because this is going on. Well, what they really need to be telling dispatch is that they need the on-call code enforcement officer to come and address it. So I think everything that we're talking about, we just need to have a very dynamic and thorough public information campaign to share the information on how the process works. So if a resident does have a noise complaint, or in the future a complaint about somebody smoking in a park, what is that next step for them to do? Who do they call? And then I think we should also look at improving our process on our end to maybe have a answering service. Instead of routing it through dispatch, we can have an answering service that would then screen the calls and then forward them to the on-call code enforcement officer. I don't want to give out an on-call phone number, because then that code enforcement officer will be bombarded and just turn into a call taker, but maybe streamlining that process. The only other question that I have is, do we have any or enough of the sound measuring devices to enforce the 55 decibels or 60 decibel limits? And if we do, then do we have enough? And if we don't, then I think we need to see that in the budget so that they can purchase them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just a flag. So again, our contract with the sheriff, they provide 24/7 service. So our code officers work their normal shift, and when they're off shift, the sheriff will and can, and this will empower them to go and do it. We don't need to have 24/7 code because we have 24/7 sheriff. I mean, I will say in all things, there's always, right, escalating priority. So if a 911 call for noise and a 911 for a shooting, God forbid, happens at the same time, right, that's just how they run their business, and rightly so, right? So, but this will empower the sheriff, which I think is our goal. You can then write your civil citations, and if it's 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night or 2 a.m., things can be, the deputies can go and they can handle this and have a very clear action they can take. And this is something that General Counsel for VSO, we've communicated with him about, and they're on board with this.
Commissioner Hollington?
Thank you, Commissioner Harriet, for bringing up the decibel meters, because I think we do need to make sure that, at least here at our substation, that the sheriff's office also has them as well, because I'm actually meeting with a couple residents this week over complaints with code, in that they are asserting that they are being targeted by calls and complaints coming in. So to Commissioner Avila Vasquez's point, we need to make sure that somebody's not being targeted for having a random birthday party or something. And so we need to make sure that we have the right tools available to the people who are assisting us with the noise ordinance, whether it's code or our sheriff's department. So I agree. I would like to see that within the budget as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Do you guys have the direction you need, Gemma?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we're going to move over to C, Development 101. I believe Jordan was going to start the conversation, or our consultants. He's coming shortly for sure.
That's a great clarification. We need to make sure the sheriff has the tools that. And
They were up.
And I can tell you that if there are any of the residents that are here, the residents that I know of that are complaining, the complaints are very, very.
Took the long route.
Look,
Gary, you have the slides?
if birds are having a party and I don't know about it.
So are we doing one, or did you want to, because I think you were telling me we're going to switch something around.
So we're going to start with Development 101, and then if it's okay with the Mayor and Commission, if we can then dive into Downtown Plaza. Before I introduce our consultants, so for Development 101, we're going to be talking about the comprehensive plan, and I think this is a timely discussion. Your comprehensive plan is your blueprint, it's your vision for the future, and then you have your land development code that implements the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. So I'd like to introduce Jason Green and Catherine, the consultants that worked on the workshop vision over the past summer. So
just for clarification, I am switching 1 and 2 around, right?
yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Good afternoon. Yes, I am Jason Green with Access, and Kathy Voss with me from JB Pro. We're part of your team that was working with you on the visioning component. We've also kicked off and started on the comprehensive plan. Today we were asked basically to come in here and give you, I guess, a roundup or summary of what that visioning, what happened. Obviously, many of you were there, but just to kind of summarize those things. Kathy's going to walk through the 4 workshops and some of the components that came out of that. One of our goals today, well, 2 of our goals today is to get confirmation from you about 2 of these things, specifically the vision statement, which came out of that effort, and then the guiding principles. And we also wanted to give you an opportunity to see what that means. So sometimes, as just an example, we may say, yeah, we're for environmental, but when it comes to policy side, what does that really mean? So we're going to go through that for a little bit today. So here's our agenda for this part of it, and then I guess with the switch, we'll roll right into some downtown or urban center type things. So we're going to go over the vision plan, the vision statement, the guiding principles, some community conditions, just to rehash some of that, and then talk about the comprehensive plan that's ongoing now. So I'll turn it over to Kathy, and she's going to walk through our vision component.
Thank you, Council. You all know that we started last June with 4 visioning exercises, and in each one build on each other. We started with getting understanding of ideas, then we went to how do we implement those ideas, and then we really went into the details of what would be a strategic list of initiatives that we would want, and then we mapped them. So we got a lot of great ideas in Workshop 1. This happened last June with our land use and character. We heard, a lot of the discussion that's been happening today about mixed-use centers, about environmental issues, about parks, about connectivity. These were all items that really were brought home to us in the visioning exercises. We know that you had an opportunity to sit at the tables. We had about 60 people that day. It was a great way to start and really flesh out what are the concerns that the Deltona community is feeling. And then in Workshop 2, which we held in August, we took those kind of general ideas and started bringing them down into what would become our guiding principles, which we're going to talk about in a second. We identified which ones were really the most important of all of the many ideas that were discussed at the June workshop, which ones were the real priorities, which ones connected to each other so that we could better flesh out and understand how do we move forward with them. And then at Workshop 3 in October, we took those ideas and we started to understand actionable items. So of these priorities that the community had, which ones of these did we really want to focus on as we move forward with the comprehensive plan, the land development code, the capital improvement plan, all of those implementing documents and tools that the city has in its toolbox to make things happen. And then in Workshop 4, the list became became a map. First, we identified where these issues were happening, and then how do we connect the implementation ideas that people had and initiatives they had to the map, so that we specifically targeted things. And this morning we had a very robust discussion, a good discussion about where should a mixed-use center be. And a number of you said, well, maybe there should be more than one mixed-use center. And indeed, that's what we heard when we went through this exercise. From the beginning to the end, people were saying that they want areas that they can have walkability, that they can have interconnectivity, that connect to their homes and their neighborhoods where they already are. They want to be able to be close to services. They want to be close to where parks are. And that may not be just one space. You're a very big city, and having one space is not probably the best idea. And that's actually what the community said. That's why you see multiple, like little, you see the red and the kind of peachy centers and centric areas. Those were areas that the community identified that they may be able to develop, not a downtown, but kind of what we call activity centers or commercial nodes. So the final workshop, this is what the community told us they wanted as their vision, and this was very much written by them. At the third workshop, they gave us some language, and then at the final fourth workshop, we had a series of different languages, and this is the one that was chosen, Vision 2050. In 2050, the city of Deltona will be known as Central Florida's premier community for family-friendly living. And what does that mean? We identified a series of guiding principles, family-friendly being first. And then not only, again, did we identify that this would be a guiding principle, but how would we do this? Through our implementation of our future land use element, through the parks and recreation strategies, through education and intergovernmental strategies and initiatives, through design standards, through code. So this is not just about, well, this is a really good idea. This is how do we make sure that these ideas become reality for the city of Deltona. And then the next one is about redeveloping, recognizing that much of Deltona currently has already been built out. So how do we identify redevelopment strategies? Where can we develop redevelopment strategies? And that's not just of the areas that are built out, but of the platted lands that haven't been built. How do we identify something that's different than the vested rights, the platted lot that we already have? How can we encourage economic development? How can we encourage a diversity of land use types? How can we encourage a diversity of housing types? And how does that all get connected and addressed through infrastructure systems? Where do we put our parks? Where do we put our schools? Where do we put our public utilities? And making sure that all of that redevelopment can really be connected and served appropriately by our public services. Our next guiding principle is about walkable mixed use. This is something we heard very, very much from our community. And for fact, this morning, I came in early last night so that I could wake up this morning and walk for 8 miles of your city. And just really get a sense for myself as someone who doesn't live here. I wanted to feel what people felt. So I walked the neighborhoods, and then I went on a tour afterwards of areas that I couldn't walk. And you have some really great walkable areas already. So the foundation is there, the basis is there, but then how do you connect the walkable neighborhoods to your walkable centers? That's going to be the trick. That's the next step as we work forward in this. Because we know that a vital community is based on a strong local economy. Jason's going to be showing some data that we've already done, some assessments that we've already done to kind of give you a glimpse at what we're seeing as we do our initial data analysis for the comprehensive plan that shows a lot of your local economy is leaving. A lot of your people on a day-to-day basis, they don't stay here in Deltona. So those dollars are going somewhere else. How do we bring them home? How do we make sure that they're here so that we can provide the tax base that provides the services that the residents want? And how do we provide multimodal connections so that people don't have to drive? Another one of the statistics that Jason is going to show in just a second is that you are a very vehicular-centric based because there is no real alternative community. And You know that. You know that you need to get a car to go just about everywhere. And the community said they don't want that. They want to be able to get things by a bike. They want to get things by walking. When I was out walking this morning, part of my walk was on the trail, and there were lots of people using the trail. People want to get to be able to use those resources when they're provided. So how do we provide them in places that connect their activity centers, their commercial nodes, their employment centers to their homes? That's going to be the trick going forward. And by the way, Jason and I have done some research of your community, and these ideas are not new. You know, you've heard these ideas, you've talked about these ideas. The problem has been so far is the connection between the idea generation and the implementation. And so Jason and I are going to talk about it, and that's why we asked for the switch, because we want to bring that discussion of your future land use and your mixed use nodes up into comprehensive plan. We don't want those to be separate conversations. We think they need to be tied together. The next thing we talk about is your natural assets. You have great natural assets. You've got Green Springs, you've got the river, you've got mini lakes, you have got great natural assets. How do you embrace those in your connection? How do people easily get from their homes to them without having to go to a park to park their car so that they can get to the places that they want to get to? How do we integrate those together? And then finally, infrastructure. You know, again, I'm not telling you something that you don't know, but the infrastructure systems, and when we talk about infrastructure, we're talking about all of your public services, whether they're utilities, whether they're schools, whether they're police, they're fire, whether they're parks, all of those resources that your community needs. How do we make sure that they are connected to the community so that they're providing for you not just today, but long term? So in order for us to complete this phase of your project, which is the first one, it's the vision phase, we are going to ask you to just give a confirmation that we're on the right track. And we're going to do that by first asking you to tell us that this vision statement is the vision statement that we should be building all of the other actions on, because this will be the basis for everything we do, and we want to make sure we've got it right.
Yes.
I would say yes. The rest of the commission? I mean,
Yes.
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 we still have one back there. Commissioner Avila Vasquez, did you? Yes.
Thank you.
We'll ask Nick when he comes back.
Okay.
Full fairness.
We also are going to ask that these guiding principles that we talked about, family friendliness, redevelopment, mixed use, local economy, multimodal transportation centers, natural assets, and infrastructure systems, that these are the guiding principles that we should be using to drive our activities moving forward.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there anything we've missed?
I think there's some some specifics that I would like to see in some of those categories, but the categories as a whole, absolutely agree with all of them.
This was resident driven.
So let's talk about that. Do you want to? We can go through these one by one.
If that's the will.
I have no issue with it.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go backwards.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because it's really, especially, we've talked about this internally, but it's really important that you understand what that guiding principle means, right? The words mean one thing to something different to everybody, so that's why these kind of just example strategies, implementation strategies, I think brings more color and feel to what it means. It doesn't have to be exactly these words for the bullet points, but this is the starting point of what will become a policy, or goal, objective policy.
I think the words here are generally good. It's the component, like how those are enacted.
Okay.
Implemented, is that what you're, implementation, I think that's what they're going to talk about in the next.
Yeah, so we're actually going to be talking about that more, but let's go through these one by one and just make sure that you agree. These are the implementation strategies that, again, we are but a mirror to you. And this is what we heard from the community through the workshops that we did. That when we talk about family friendly, we're talking about a desire to have some design standards, especially in those developing mixed use nodes. That there's a desire to have a range of housing opportunities. Jason's going to show you in a second that of all of your existing land uses, and that's not what is in your future land use or your zoning map, but what you today have, 49% is single-family homes.
Yeah,
so half of your community right now is in single-family homes.
So this is where I have comments on the specifics for each of these.
Okay.
So we going to review that in a later slide? The specifics for each of these, or would you want?
No, right now, that's what we're looking for. If you want to go slide by slide, what are the specifics of family-friendly that you want us to focus on as we're dealing with these?
Before we proceed there, if you can just go back to the mission statement really quick. Commissioner Lally, we all agreed, but we want to get your input as well. Are you okay with this being what they build on for their vision 2050, which is?
We all just said yes.
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
I just wanted to make sure that you got your input.
No, I appreciate it, yes. I'll keep it simple, yes.
Okay, keep it simple. So Vision 2050 is in 2050, the city of Deltona will be known as Central Florida's premier community for family-friendly living.
Go.
All right, and now is the question of how and why, or how does that happen? When we talk about family-friendly, these are the items that we have kind of generally talked about, but what details do you want us to make sure that we take and put into policy, into code, into standard, into your master planning efforts?
So one of the things that I'm not a huge fan of, I don't really like, are age-restricted communities. I don't like that we have, I don't like the concept of, I don't like the concept of a 55-plus community, because you're putting a lot of one group into an area that then needs a lot of assistance, or a higher potential for assistance. I think that in order to have a diverse community to me means that any given block has a wide range of life stages, and so that to me is important. The way that we go about doing that, I'm open to. I would like to see us encourage or discourage the age-restricted communities.
I agree with that for the simple fact that we're built out right now, and I mean, I get it. Some folks want to live in an age-restricted community, but at the same time, you take away that the little availability of land that we have left, then you restrict it to an age. This makes it difficult. You're segregating a group of people.
And fostering community really is the first line of defense is not calling 911 if you have an issue. The first line of defense is, hey, can I call my neighbor? And if your neighbor is in the same situation you are, then that's then that's not I think it really goes against the idea of fostering a community environment by having those age-restricted communities. And I have the same thoughts, quite frankly, with low-income housing. I'm not a big fan. I do not like low-income housing being segregated into one area. I think that low-income housing really needs to be spread out amongst the community, so that at no point can a child that is walking to school be picked on for, oh, hey, you're coming from that community. You're coming from that area. No, I'm coming from the same area as all of my neighbors and all of my friends. And if there is a situation that arises, then they can hopefully rely on the neighbors to help before it becomes a burden on the taxpayers.
Great. Other thing, and we don't have to worry about the why or the how that you bring up. Will be something we'll flesh out at future workshops.
Perfect. We have another comment from Commissioner Velasquez.
Yes, so we have to be careful when we talk about low income and AHAC, because they're two different subjects. The 55-plus community, I got to tell you that I live in District 3, which is the oldest section of the city of Deltona, if you want to look at it.
Original section.
And I can tell you that during my campaign, that was a complaint of my residents, that when they want to downsize, they don't want to leave Deltona, but they have to. Because we have nothing in Deltona where 55 and over can move into. So where do they go? At the end of Saxon Boulevard into DeBerry. Yeah, those houses at the end of Saxon Boulevard, 1792. Those are 55 and over. So we don't have to dedicate a huge section of Deltona, but something that, maybe one or two apartment story buildings to give these people a choice to stay within a community that they're comfortable with, that they probably even grew up in, and just downsize, but stay in the same neighborhood. Like you said, I have a problem, like they know the people that live nearby they can go to. So I'm pro 55 and plus community.
I think that, if you don't mind the back and forth on that.
Of course, it's a workshop.
I think that there's the way to address that, right? Because I don't want residents to feel like if they need to downsize, they have to leave.
Right now they do.
Yeah, but I think the way that we can address that is by addressing the mix of our developments, and it doesn't have to be a 55 and up community to be a 1-bedroom, 1-bath dwelling, right? It can be a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, or a 1-bedroom, 2-bath, however it is. It can be a smaller dwelling for them to move into that would be more attractive to the older generation that is mixed in with the 2- and 3-bedroom dwellings. So it's not segregated, it's together. I think that mix needs to happen at a local development level rather than the city level.
Well, that's what they don't want. They want to live in an area where there's quiet. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to a 55 and over community. I know that when the first apartments on Saxon Boulevard opened, they gave a tour to the previous chamber here in the city of Deltona, the first chamber ever put together here. And I can tell you that's one of the things people were looking for. They didn't want any, right, the quiet, you know, they have a place where they can hang out among themselves and stuff. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing it up, because during my campaigns, this was brought up a lot.
Yeah. The cul-de-sac that my wife and I live in, we've got one neighbor that is probably in his 50s, kids moved out, kids live down the street. His father lives next to him in his 90s. A family that are in their late 20s, early 30s with a young child, a 3-year-old, and then another neighbor that's in his 90s, and then another young family. And then we have a young family across the street, and then we have a middle-aged family next to them. And having that mix all within 10 houses that's my vision for the city, right? Is to have everybody living together, essentially.
I'm not moving.
I don't want to.
This is a great conversation, and just so you understand, so that a lot of that discussion is in the provide housing for all life stages, and so what we're going to be doing when we get into the comprehensive plan is we're going to have a workshop focused on a cluster of the elements, and you're going to see that in just a second, how we're going to cluster like elements together so we can really get into the weeds on this. What I want to make sure that we are talking about here is that we have the right strategies, we're going in the right direction. How in those details do you have 55 older communities? How do you integrate them? All of those kind of questions, those are the ones that we're going to, if we can hold those for when we're doing the workshop on the housing, and housing and future land use is together, so we're going to have a workshop specifically on that topic. Okay. So, and is there any other things that you want us to think about on this one, or can we move to?
When you're talking about the design standards, we're going to make sure that the city as a whole, because I know we brought that up and even residents brought it up at multiple workshops, we're going to have one common theme. It's not going to be Miami Vice in one entrance and like an earthy tone in a different entrance, and then there's who knows what on the different one. It's all going to be.
Bring this up.
So those definitely are items that we will talk about when we do our workshop on housing and development.
Didn't we? Are we currently doing a zoning in progress on architectural designs?
Yes, we are.
And what was presented was
I just want to make sure that this
3.
is all.
And we're going to share the zoning in progress with the. Yes.
I thought the examples that were done in progress were phenomenal. So
great. Anything that you want? Anything else? No, go. Anything that you wanted for us to go on about redevelopment outside of the items that we have identified, which is incentivizing infill, establishing higher density, but not, under higher density, but as Jason is going to talk about in a second, at a Deltona scale.
Can we go back one real quick? So the foster community spaces, the Parks and Recreation standards, is that, is the goal of that, or is that written so that we are looking to develop and adopt a standard, like a park standard? Okay, perfect.
Yes, and again, the Parks and Recreation and Natural Resources will have a workshop. I think infrastructure, I think all of those kind of public services are in the same workshop.
Okay.
So again, here we are with redevelopment, economic development, incentivizing, providing alternatives for transportation, expanding our public resources infrastructures to make sure that redevelopment can happen in the right places. Okay. Walkable mixed use. This includes, again, urban design and form, recognizing that walkable mixed use is a different type of form than a traditional suburban area. Expanding our walk and bikeway system, identifying alternative parking strategies, because you do need people to park, but if it's a walkable mixed-use area, you may not need the same level of parking as you do in a suburban strip mall at Lowe's or something. Understanding SEPTED, and that means that community by design. It's the idea that eyes on the street are your best tool for providing safety, lighting, things like that, and then design standards.
As long as the policy doesn't specifically call out SEPTED, I think the concept of SEPTED is great. I don't think that our policy should specifically call out that.
Okay. This is standard. Yeah, and one of the other things I just want to mention here is, a lot of times we get in kind of a rut, and once you strategically start thinking of transportation options as, trails are recreation. Well, they're also transportation. Right? Oh, yeah. And infrastructure for transportation is also recreation. And sometimes because of the way they're maintained or pots of money to pay for them, I think communities get bogged down into those silos, and I'm really encouraging communities to not think that way and to think it's a joint network that we all want to use.
And that also deals with the location of it. Okay, so next one. And then as we get into our strong local economy, we are going to have an economic development element. So, how do we leverage redevelopment for business growth? How do we identify and better serve underutilized areas? And again, going back to redevelopment, one of the things you're going to see is that these ideas, they cross issues, and we did that on purpose because no one issue sits in a silo. Like Jason said, trails is not a transportation issue or a parks issue. It is both, and they both connect then to housing and land use. So these things are all interconnected. So is there anything that you feel like that we've missed or needs to be accentuated on local economy?
I think this is right on.
Okay, next. Again, multimodal, we've already talked a little bit about this, but this one just really puts it home and calls it out on its own. That economic development is about multimodal, that future land use categories are about multimodal, that design standards are about multimodal, and of course transportation alternatives, that all of these things are interconnected. And as we're looking through each of these components, we'll be addressing and how to determine to improve our connection that isn't necessarily a vehicle, or at least a sole vehicle.
At some point, I would like to also look into identifying specific areas of the community that would be conducive to like golf cart communities. I've heard that from quite a few residents.
That makes sense.
I'm curious about the rail corridors, the last one.
Yes.
Is that specifically speaking to the rail trail that we have, or is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah, that was something that many of the community members said is an asset that hasn't yet completely been embraced by the community? How can it better be used to drive economic development?
You know, on a similar note with the rail, DeBerry has a Sunrail station also, so I think that should be a component of our connectivity, is having connection through DeBerry to Sunrail.
Yep.
I think there's already a trail that goes that way.
Yeah. But connecting that throughout the rest of the city.
Yes, agreed. Okay, next. Anything that you feel on natural assets that we might have missed, or you feel like that we're right? Do you feel like we're right there? Recognize that one of the things I'm going to point out is that stormwater becomes an environmental issue, and those can be an asset for you.
Yes.
I think one of the things we talked about, I don't know if it fits in this specifically, was when it comes to whatever is available for development, if somebody owns 10 acres and they want to develop, that we need to make sure that in our codes it's buildable acres versus, because let's say they have 6 acres of wetlands, what's happening, a lot of the developers are counting those as part of how many they can put how many units per acre.
Development rights.
It should be redone so we can call them
net buildable.
Yes, net buildable acres.
Okay.
I think that would protect the wetlands. That would help with a lot of the flooding situation. At the end of the day, the wetlands are what protects us from really.
Yes, but I think going farther than that, it's your decision as a local jurisdiction whether you're going to just go with what the state requirements are and standards are, or you're going to have a higher standard. As an example, there's a lot of communities that we work in that have a higher standard. Doesn't matter what the wetland is, you can't touch it, can't impact it. Other places say, well, the state lets you impact them, so we'll let you impact them. And I think that's the question here, especially with this. Everybody says we're pro-environmental, but then when you start putting those policies that restrict development or limit it in certain ways, then all of a sudden the questions start coming up, well, maybe we really don't want to do that. So that's the challenging question for you all is, are we in the right place? Because this is more of a restrictive, preserve and protect direction. Obviously the nuances of the language will be, we'll figure that out, but what we heard was protect and preserve.
Correct.
And so we just wanted to make sure that that's, and if it's a higher standard, it becomes a higher standard, and that's what you're going to implement. Okay.
And that might be something as we get into the mixed-use nodes that we identify. Jason and I were meeting earlier while you guys were doing other stuff, and we were talking about kind of where could those other mixed-use nodes be, and a lot of the questions do come up with your environmental, so I think there's going to be a balancing discussion that will happen when we get into that more detailed.
One of the things that I'd like to see on the last bullet, the incentivized renewable energy systems, I would actually counter to that. I would like to see a prohibition on the use of solar farms as a primary land use. Yes. I think solar is absolutely something that looks atrocious when it's on the ground, and it doesn't need to be on the ground. It's the perfect thing to put on top of a parking lot, on top of a building, on top of a school.
Floating.
Nope.
Did you say floating?
Yeah, there's a lot of new. The new thing is to put solar on top of lakes. I think that we can capitalize on lakes in a different way. But
crocodiles and alligators.
That's a good point. But there are lots of, like you said, there are lots of creative ways you can use. So, solar is one of the things I think a lot of parking lots are going to in Florida, which is awesome because it provides shade for your car and electricity above. So those kind of ideas are something that definitely worth looking at.
As long as we're not taking up ground space, that could be better used as literally anything else for solar, then I'm good with it. But yeah, when you put solar on the ground, then all you do is you're literally killing the life underneath the solar. It turns into a dirt farm. So
and it kills the environment too. You driving to Tallahassee, you'll see the fields of FPL solar panels.
Look, when I was on vacation in Germany, they have huge solar farms. For a country, we were there for 10 days and saw the sun for a total of about 10 minutes. And they have massive solar farms, and literally underneath them is nothing but like dirt and rocks.
It kills the ground.
Yeah.
I don't want our city to turn into that.
All right. And then the final one is the infrastructure systems, recognizing that none of the above can happen unless we have a really strong, robust infrastructure. And again, we're not just talking about we're not talking just potable water, sewer. We're talking about schools. We're talking about parks. We're talking about all of those public services that we're talking about roads. We're talking about anything that is infrastructure, anything that provides the resources that our community needs to thrive.
And I'll add to that, I understand you've got multiple basin studies for stormwater and things. That's where you can require those things to occur. Make sure that you're doing those on a regular basis now and in the future, that you're providing those studies and using that data as information to guide your development. But that has to be policy in the plan to help make that happen.
How do you push that on a school, though? Because schools are exempt from the same standards that everybody else is.
So
That's a big concern, because we have an issue right now with this school, and the way they have great engineers, they don't get anybody from anywhere, but even the way their retention pond was built, it was not done in a very correct way.
So I happen to know a little bit about school planning. I think most of you know that I spent almost a decade as the director of planning for 2 different school districts in Florida. And there are ways that you can develop cooperative relationships, and I'm happy to work with you on that.
I can't direct staff, but
yeah. So there are ways. I understand what you're saying, because I used to play both sides of the table. But being a planner, there are ways.
Okay.
So I'm going to come back to this now and say, I think I've heard you that these guiding principles are the ones that we should move forward with.
Move forward.
I'm good. Everybody else?
Yes.
Go for it.
So the final thing I want to say before I turn the mic back over to Jason, as you can see, we're kind of collaborating, but you should know by now that that's how we roll. We have now completed our vision plan. So give yourselves a round of applause, because you have completed the first phase. Congratulations. And now we go into the hard part. The visioning is the easy part, right? It's the fun part. It's thinking about what we want to be in the future. Now that comes the hard part of how do we do this? And there are 3 to 4 major things that we're going to be looking at. Your comprehensive plan, your land development code, your economic development plan, and then your behind the scenes is your capital improvement plan and how you're going to pay for it. And because a policy or a standard is really only as good as somebody's willing to put budget to it, right? So Jason is going to talk about that first leg, which is the comprehensive plan, which is the next component of what we're going to be working towards, because the comprehensive policies then will lead us to how we're going to update your standards, will better help us understand the economic development and the capital improvement.
Yeah, so just as a reminder that we are currently working on your comprehensive plan. We've collected data analysis during your vision process. We've collected additional stuff that's required by state law, preparing maps, doing all that stuff, and starting to draft kind of a framework. That's why with your conversation today about multiple things obviously have a huge impact on that. So right now, I think we're planning through the end of the year as far as the comprehensive plan. One of the challenges, obviously, in a community like this that's a platted community, and we've dealt with and worked in many of them, is finding redevelopment's a big deal. Redevelopment becomes a very big deal for you. So that's why we wanted to highlight a lot of that in those guiding principles, or you did, I should say, and then you'll see what that means. But just as a reminder that, Florida's filled with these types of communities, and there's a lot of success stories out there that they're doing good things right now. And I think taking those best management practices, learning from those lessons, what worked and hasn't worked, and implementing in your community to right size it for you is a really important task to undertake. So we were talking earlier with some staff and other folks about the history of platted lots in Florida, and there's a couple books out there that are great stories about communities, and so I would suggest look those up if you can. But these communities weren't platted to be communities. They were platted to be a subdivision, to be residential development, to be really a land sale and sell lots and then do whatever you want with them. That's why a lot of them, whether infrastructure has failed or what have you. So you're moving along. long, and it's an uphill battle, but I think you guys have done a great job. And so this next step of the comprehensive plan for your 2050 will really set in motion the rest of filling in those things that you were left without from the beginning, from when this place originally was created. Did you want to?
Yeah. So I call that the original sin, because this is the original sin of these platted lots communities, and the state didn't help us in the 80s when they said the original sin is forever. But the good news on these is there are alternatives, and there are good ways to deal with them, and we are working with your staff to help you understand how we've done that. Jason and I have made a career out of working with these kind of communities. I don't know if we're either smart or sick, but you know, we've worked in these communities all across Florida, and there are lots of ways to address them. But understand that a lot of the things that we heard from the community about what their concerns are and about what their vision for it is all stem from your original sin, that your community was never built to be a community. It was built to be a land sale of quarter-acre, half-acre lots. They didn't think about roads. They didn't think about schools. They didn't think about public water or infrastructure. They didn't think about parks. All they thought about was, and literally, I worked for a commissioner in Lee County who would tell this story, that he was one of them. Commissioner Mann, rest his soul, he was one of the people who was put in a helicopter, brought into the middle of a field, and said, this is your piece of land. And $10 down, $10 a month, that was his piece of Florida paradise and his first family home. So, you know, this is something that we can work with you on, but understanding the challenges that it creates is sort of helping us, is going to be critical to helping us develop a different future.
Is the misspelling of Deltona on the top part of the program?
Yes. Well, yeah, that's the fix for 2050, yes.
Okay.
Wait, so if we change it to Deltona Lakes, then the bold doesn't apply.
Right.
Start
So did the other 6 Deltona Corporation properties have the same issue that Deltona has?
Yes. And they've all.
Because I mean, I've been to Marco Island. And
Can I
definitely not the
say
same
something on
issue.
that?
I've been for work, since I've known you, to Citrus Springs and Marion Oaks, and I went in there and I started saying Elkham and Deltona and all these. I said, wait a second, what is it? And I realized, oh, it's
the same one.
But it's nowhere near built out as here.
Yeah.
So you don't experience. I mean, you could drive these streets and it's like pine trees.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like what this, I guess, used to be.
Yeah.
However long ago. It was the weirdest thing, and I was going to tour a library to possibly do a community meeting for a turnpike project. And I thought, this is like just.
You went back in time?
Yeah. I'm like,
It is.
It was wild. So.
Yeah, that would be the only big. That's a really good point. The only difference, I think, from Deltona to other communities is that you are mostly built out, and so, but they are in the same space. When I used to work for Lehigh Acres, and I worked for Lee County, which Lehigh is part of an unincorporated county, and I used to always start my workshop by saying, close your eyes and pretend everything around you is not vacant, pretty land, because it's built, and it might as well be built, because according to the 85 legislature, that has a right to be built as a house. So, you know, saying, oh, we're a developer or whatever, it's like, well, talk to the legislature from, you know, decades ago, because that's what's going to happen.
And some of the differences, I think, are inherent in being a city and incorporated versus being not. And where I live, Port Charlotte, Charlotte County has 220,000 platted lots. Most of, over half, I believe, at one point were still unbuilt on. Streets that they used to call them the streets that they didn't have to mow because they were so thin and so poorly built, the grass was growing up in them. So each of you, I'll pass on a book that I'm very happy, that I love, and it has all these stories about all these platted lots, about all these guys that came through development. And they weren't all bad. They were all trying to do development. They got a little crazy towards the end, some of them. But it's really crazy stories of people from out of this country training in the forests of the subdivisions that weren't built in, and some really interesting things. But your uniqueness is, I think, that being a city and having a sense of place a little bit at least, and being built out, it just brings another challenge. So. And that'll get into our urban
This
design.
is the existing land use that we talked about earlier, that, this doesn't surprise you, 49% of your community is single family, and then when you add in the 0.6% that's multifamily, you're at over 50% of your community is.
Well, in your land use in general, if you guys look at your future land use map and your zoning map, I mean, it's mostly single-family residential. That's the issue, because it's platted single-family lots, essentially what they're being. I won't go through all of this. We'll just touch on some of this. You do have a 78% owner-occupied. Some of these numbers change depending on the GIS analyst that does some of this, but about 22% rental units, it appears. Like I said, 95% is single-family units. Just your network, which is not a lot, right? You have some major corridors. They're very busy, lots of traffic. We heard last time we were here, very unsafe, some of them with crossings. And so it's a challenge trying to, and with the environmental assets you have and the platted network that isn't really grid, but it's very platted and dead end because of the way that it's broken up, it becomes a challenge to connect those. So those are some of the things that we're going to try to help you steer you with. Here's a big one: 75% commute outside your city. Right, and that number fluctuates over the years. 88% commute to work. There's got to be some other alternatives to be able to do that. 98% of those commute by car. Right, that's a lot.
Out of curiosity, the other 2%, what is it?
Of the car, via car?
Yeah.
So
Walk and bike.
Or
And transit.
I was going to say, we don't have a lot of transit, so it really had to be bike or walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that number, plus or minus 2% error, maybe it's 100% it's sometimes. So
no helicopters.
Oh, and you know what else is in there is telecommuting.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's good.
We think you have a bit of telecommuting.
Yeah, you have about 11% of your community is telecommuting.
Yeah,
I can see that. The Facebook post all the dang time about somebody looking for a work from home job.
Yeah.
That increased probably after COVID, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Probably 10 posts a day.
You have a very, 11% is pretty high.
Yeah.
So grid network is the most efficient transportation system. There's a semi-grid here, right? There's a semi-grid here, except you have all these things in the middle of it breaking it up. So, and I don't know if you've heard the term griddle, which is really one way in, one way out, but maybe inside it looks like a grid. That's not really a grid. So connecting these components and making sure that you have alternative transportation all has to work together. But again, the challenge is you got some great environmental assets that break that up. Just your flood zone to get a picture on that. Obviously, a lot of that you got some AE zones. A lot of X has been filled and built up, but we want to try to protect those flood zones. Obviously, they're natural for areas for recharge and such. 26% projected. I forgot the source on that, but within 30 years, insurance. That's insurance data. That there's a 26% likelihood. 26% will flood within 30 years. And obviously, you can see the changes in the recent flooding. That's quite substantial increases: 10 inches, 11 to 15, 15, 19. It's just keeps going up. Some of your parks, I think, obviously, and that's part of the conversation that we had earlier with the guiding principles.
That's pitiful.
Yes. Communities have to decide what types of parks they want to have, right? And a lot of counties over the last decade have gotten away from pocket parks and neighborhood parks because of maintenance and operations and trying to maintain them. They've gone to bigger activity, regional park systems. Cities have a different choice with the pocket parks, neighborhood parks type thing. The ship has sailed as far as if a new subdivision comes in, a lot of times they require them to have pocket parks internal and they have to maintain them. You kind of have to think of how do you go about doing that. Is there ways to acquire lots to serve a neighborhood? Are there ways you don't have a lot of land for new development?
We do still have a lot of undeveloped infill lots that are spread out around our community. I would really like to see us put an emphasis on trying to acquire those. A lot of non-conforming lots that are spread throughout the city, and I think that would, for pocket parks.
Right. So that's the implementation is we want to have more park activity areas. The policy becomes we're going to look at acquiring X number of acres per year or over a 10-year period or what have it, and they're going to be of this size. And I'd really like to see you guys move into a more other than just acreage calculation, we want to calculate. A lot of communities, you right now have a level of service based on acreage, and I talked about this at one of the workshops. That doesn't, having 10 acres or 20 acres of park that there's nothing in it.
It doesn't help anybody.
Doesn't help anybody.
So this might be a legal question, but is there a way to require new, and I think it should be, the way that I'm thinking about it is not based off of a community development, but when a housing permit is made as part of maybe an impact fee, a dedicated amount gets set aside for the purchase of land to add pocket parks? Is there?
Yeah, I mean, that's, you can.
So, Vice Mayor, when the city adopts its impact fees, and through the new process, you can certainly require that a percentage go to a land trust fund.
Yes.
In order to sequester a certain percentage of the revenue for that particular purpose. Generally, jurisdictions like to provide some flexibility by including that as one of the goals, the purposes of the fee, but not necessarily sequestering it. For the event that in lieu of acquiring land, you want to use those funds for a different type of parks and recreation investment.
I think I would like to look into doing it very specifically for acquiring land. That is, this map is a perfect, it explains it so clearly that we lack pocket parks. We lack those pieces of land throughout the city. So if it needs to be dedicated for that specific purpose, so that when the opportunity does come up to buy a parcel, in an existing neighborhood, we have the funding available just for that.
Absolutely, and obviously, Matt,
take that decision away from, make that decision easy for future commissions to make.
And that's great feedback, because again, it ties to the policies, ties to the comprehensive plan. What is the direction you're giving yourselves, essentially, to how to do that? And while we identify vacant lots through our normal mapping process, then you can get into the spatial analysis. Your Parks and Rec master plan can identify those things when they get updated and go from there, so that you're geographically kind of making it equal across the board. It is a challenge of built-out community, though, especially with impact fees. Remember, impact fees it's not a tax. It's not you can't charge people that exist here. Right. It's got to be the proportionate share of the thing that's needed to people that are developing. It's got to be new development caused, right? Or anyway.
So the green areas is where we currently have parks.
The green are your current park lands, the hatched area is anything that you have as conservation land.
Right.
So the green is where we have currently parks.
Yes.
Correct.
So you currently, in your comprehensive plan, have adopted level of service that is being met through your school system. You have an interlocal, apparently, that from years and years ago to utilize their playgrounds and equipment and facilities, and a large majority of your Parks and Rec level of service is being met through that, not on your own with your own lands and facilities.
Those
that can be done. That's fine.
So the green area could be.
Well, that's exactly my point that I was about to make.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
They're fenced in.
Thank you. So the green areas is, it doesn't specifically mean one area. It could be like a whole district. Because I have 4 parks in my district, so I'm trying to figure out where they are.
We can certainly, we can get with you and give you a more close-up map. This is not meant to identify a park.
Okay, that's what was my question was about.
I know for a fact, because I was just there this morning, that there's a series of parks down along the waterfront. It's not a park, there's multiple parks there, and that whole area is encompassed by the green. So we can get with you and
all right, because I was trying to figure out if one green spot meant multiple parks in that one?
It could be, because this is not parcel-based.
This is not parcel-based. It's just,
Okay.
it's an existing land use space.
Like, if we turn on the parcel area, it may be 5 or 6 different parcels and such.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Thank you.
But the bigger point being the school's relationship.
But it doesn't have to be, because in District 1, there are 2 parks, there are 2 highlighted areas that correspond to the only 2 parks in District 1.
It could be one, it could be multiple.
Yeah.
It just depends on how much land is there. And in terms of the schools, so you mentioned that schools are fenced in. I've written a few interlocals on joint use school use facilities because of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Schools have to have facilities that are secure. But through interlocals, school districts create resources that make their system, their services and their parks or their playgrounds and their fields available to the residents when they aren't in use for students. But they have to, the state statutes make it so that schools have to be secured that way.
Can somebody follow up with the school district to see if that interlocal is actually being honored? Because I know I live near Spirit and they don't open that up on the weekends.
So I can, and it may not be open, so again, and yes, one of the elements that we do a reevaluation of when your comprehensive plan is your interlocals. So we will collect all the interlocals that you have for anything, and we evaluate through the comprehensive plan the use of that tool and make recommendations for updates of it. So we certainly can do that and will do that. That's part of the comprehensive plan process. And I don't know what Volusia County's current interlocal system is and how it's used, and whether it's a carte blanche thing. The way I believe it's used is that it's on a reservation-based system. So you could use it, but you have to reserve that space, and then it becomes available for the user.
Yeah, and I believe that it's also because of liability insurance.
Yeah, you have liability, you have Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and different districts, and it could be. I know for the 2 districts I worked at, it wasn't a one-size-fits-all. It depended on the specific school. If it was something, if it was a tennis court that could be open all the time, we made it that way. If it was more of a field space, we did it by a reservation-based system. So it could, I don't know specifically Volusia, but I believe they are based on a reservation system, just on some quick research I did online for them.
Is there a way to pull that out of our comp plan calculation?
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah, you can.
You mean how much it is?
No, so that it doesn't meet park.
Yeah, so that it doesn't include the parks. I think
that's entirely up to your, yes.
I think that when we make that calculation, that it needs to include facilities that are open to residents, that the city has control over, not schools. Quite frankly.
Right, and at the same time, we would encourage you to look at adopting a level of service that isn't just acreage, right?
Yes.
So I've read a couple of Parks and Rec master plans, and part of it went to kind of a point system. So you start awarding points on, and as an example, if you have a field, a baseball field, football field, whatever, with no lights, well, you've increased capacity if you put lights up, and you've increased more kids and more people that can use it. So they went to a point system to better evaluate the use of that space, but it also allows you an opportunity to say, well, do we have enough tennis courts, because maybe the schools are providing all those that are open to the public, so we don't need to build more tennis courts, we need to build more of A, B, and C, whatever it is. It gets you into a much better feel for what your community needs.
I think it's a great recommendation.
And then part of the assessment will be like, so the city has this much and there are these resources, the county has this much and there are the resources, the schools have this much and there are these resources. And then you can evaluate, like Jason said, based on a use-by-use need, which ones you want to increase or decrease, or which ones you want to include school lands or county lands, and which ones don't you.
Where did you get the information for the locations of the parks?
Hopefully accurate GIS maps. I have not ground truthed each of those, I guess I'll tell you that. I think a lot of this data comes from...
We appear to be missing one in my district, Montecito Park.
Okay, we will check. Some of the data comes from staff, some of it comes from just other sources, and it's kind of mixed together, so we'll double check that.
We got a park. It's not there.
And again, just, Deltona today, I know, I hesitate to bring it up, but Annexation has been a conversation part. Where do you want to go? When do you want to go? Obviously, you're kind of constrained. There's a limit to you can go in all 4 directions. But that's part of the comprehensive plan. I don't mean that in a way of we're going to identify parcels necessarily. You can do it in a map. You can do it as a general area. A lot of communities have started doing that. Cities have started doing that with a future annexation map and identifying what land uses they think they want in those areas as a means to make that future process easier when somebody comes in. You've already kind of discussed what we think. Is it going to be mixed use in general? Is it going to be residential? Those types of things. Unless we get through this and you guys end up knowing exactly which parcels you want, it always helps to have that future identification, more circles in areas rather than individual parcels.
And you do work on that with the county?
Yes, that's obviously you have a JPA already and all that. So this is up until today, which I think some of the conversation with the next topic plays a role in this, but this is basically the calendar schedule that we were looking at. We've looked at trying to do it shorter, and honestly, this schedule puts a lot on you and your staff for us to get things done, and that's because there's a lot of meetings to prepare. It's assuming some joint meetings and some other components between you and your planning commission and some other things that we keep in a schedule and roll these through. It's entirely up to you as we go through this, obviously, to, hey, we realize these are some topics we need to flesh out. Let's take a step back. But we want to keep ourselves feet to the fire too, to be able to finish for you as fast as possible. We'll push you a little bit, and if you guys need to push back, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, so this is what Kathy mentioned earlier, that they come in groups generally, and we can change this depending on you and your staff's opinion. Future land use, conservation, parks and recreation. You got housing, transportation, economic development, and education, and then infrastructure, property rights, and CIE components. ICE means intergovernmental coordination. Those are kind of the general clusters that we use in communities, is how we present them together because they're related. So, and future land use usually comes first with that grouping of housing and such, because that's what everybody wants to talk about. That's how you set a map, essentially. But if you have any questions or things you think should be advanced or switched,
Commissioner,
we're open to that topic. Now,
we may want to come back to this because
Yes.
the next discussion may change.
Put a pin in that, if you will, because that timeline may change depending on, you started this conversation about mixed use in downtown or urban centers or whatever you want to call it.
So, point of order. Mayor, it's already 3 o'clock. We still have a lot of items to go under C. Can I suggest that we focus on finishing C? I think that'll probably take the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and then schedule another workshop to continue on the rest of the items.
I would not have an issue with it. We just need consensus because we really can't vote. But
Can I give some context? This is just food for thought for you guys as you think.
oh no, we're talking about outside of you guys.
And so this isn't much longer for us. It's just a few minutes just to help you make your decision. It's food for thought.
No, I know, but he's saying, can we finish all of C and then do another workshop for all the items? The rest of everything. All D and E. So, Commissioner Santiago, are you okay?
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Howington, you okay? Are you okay, Commissioner?
It depends on what Saturday you pick.
Maybe it doesn't have to be a Saturday, it could be a Monday.
Right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cole? Commissioner Lally?
Yes, and can I just make a comment too? I have an engagement out of town I'll have to leave soonish for, so if you see me get up, that's what I'm doing. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
So what we're going to do this really quick because there was already a very robust discussion earlier. We just want to share we understand that there's a challenge at Deltona. We understand that there's a challenge. Because I understand time is of an essence, I'm going to cut to the final before. What we would like to recommend to you is that the discussion about where you put your mixed-use centers and your downtown be brought into the comprehensive plan, because everything we do in the comprehensive plan is going to be directed from this discussion. So the schedule that we just showed you, which we would start immediately, we're going to recommend that that be altered slightly so that we can bring in a component to have a visioning discussion and master planning discussion about your mixed-use centers and what does that mean, because then that can help us guide, it'll help us develop your policies, it'll help us develop your goals, it'll help us develop those things to implement it. Because when we looked, like I said, Jason and I have done some homework looking at your previous planning efforts. When we look at what your previous planning efforts is that you had great ideas, but they didn't get implemented. So if we bring this discussion into the comprehensive plan as a forerunner to the comprehensive plan, then we know that the next step is the comprehensive plan is your goals, objectives, and policies. Then we know your next standard, the next thing is your standards. We know that that ties into your capital improvement element and your economic development strategies. So if we were to bring this component in, then we can make sure that everything else flows correctly.
I support that plan.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that would be a great idea.
And so if that is where you are, we can either have this discussion, which is pretty much what you guys talked about this morning, or for brevity of time, if we understand that, we will work with staff to revise our contract and devise the schedule, and we will schedule a kickoff workshop specifically for the comprehensive plan, including the discussion about your mixed-use centers.
Specifically with residents, correct?
With you and residents. We'll probably do a kickoff with you, and then we'll also do a kickoff with residents probably on the same day.
Because this needs, and this is just my opinion, I want it 7, but this needs to be a combined effort. So it's all of ours, not just.
So we don't see Vision 2050 ending. Vision 2050, the first phase, like I said, the first phase is done, but Vision 2050 is still going on. The rest of this is still part of Vision 2050.
Yeah.
So during that Vision 2050, did we not already get resident input on, I mean, that's where we got that's where the outcome of multiple centers came from. So
I think this is to be more specific. If I'm not mistaken, is that correct?
Yeah, so let's go through a couple slides and we can give an example.
Some of us would not like to see higher density, right? Right. Some of us would not like to see more than 4 stories. You know, I think that's the more specifics that we're talking.
And I think this downtown idea.
Too big of a discussion prohibits progress being made, and as an elected representative, there's already that flow of communication. So I want to make sure that we can be productive in our conversations and not just have extra meetings,
And we think the master planning of those are more design related rather than policy related.
And the mayor is absolutely accurate about how that would work.
Right. So to that point, obviously you have a unique opportunity that's we've all said is somewhat unusual to these types of platted communities throughout Florida, in that you have, I guess, a conversation of a road extension. You have about 261 acres, give or take, that are vacant, sitting in the middle of an activity center already designated. You just don't quite have the design and requirements, I guess I'll call them, to foster what would be considered a downtown, right? You can have your regular parcel by parcel development, suburban style type of development, or you can make a choice to say, let's create this kind of downtown node. I would offer that that's different than your other multiple activity centers that are more neighborhood based, because they're going to be going into and adjacent to those neighborhoods. You have an opportunity here to really, which you already did earlier today, to evaluate this. So as Kathy said, this has to be worked into your comp plan, because whatever scale and size you go with this, you want a similar, you want an offset of the other ones. So this is just introducing to you what is an activity center like this? What is a downtown really, what does it create? Downtowns have to have an energy, they have to have a feel to them, they're an opportunity for you to create a sense of place, a real identity of who you are as a city. It's not just a street that we have a bunch of commercial on, it's a real sense of place. Transect planning is based on a little bit of that transition from, if you look up transect planning, there's a T1 through a T6 type of thing. And you're around a T3 from your suburban residential development, which is a transition into what we call T4 and T5. And those numbers are really about intensification, but then transitioning back out into the existing neighborhood. And this location is surrounded by that, what I would call T3, and it really plays well. I'm sorry, there's the slide right there about what that looks like. So on the top, you have kind of the elevation of what some structures and examples, and then below that you have overhead kind of plan view of those. So you're really at a T3 throughout your community, suburban, as you know, and all that. One idea and concept is to look at planning these through the kind of the T4 and the T5, but that master plan can really call that out. Where are buildings, how are they oriented? Is parking in the rear? Are you going to have mixed parking for a mixture of uses? Are you going to have residential on top and commercial at the bottom? Are you going to incentivize that? Are you not? Are you going to give density and intensity for certain styles? Is the architecture going to be similar? All those types of things would come out and flesh out of the master plan type style of review. And here's just, again, we're just throwing out concept and ideas of how that would work in general if you went down that route. You have your 260 acres. You have a portion of that would be more intense, that's in the core. Then you would have, obviously, the street off of, not Rhode Island, but the street in the middle there would really be the main street of that core. And then you have lesser intense around that. And what's not on here is then what goes into your normal T3, we call it. But typical areas like that are, your T4 is about 2 to 3 stories. It has a much higher FAR and impervious area component to it, but it's really getting into more multimodal type development. T5 is the same. Maybe you get to 3 to 5. Those are all the things that you want to talk about. What is appropriate? That's a different level than would be in your neighborhood at those activity centers or the major intersections that we talk about. Maybe that's a T2 to 3. Maybe that's a 1 to 2. Those are the types of things that we can finish talking about.
Commissioner Howington has a question.
Can you back up a few slides to the why this location works?
I'm sorry.
Right here.
Okay.
Can somebody please help me understand, where did we just put the overlay? Is it just the green and yellow section? Is it the entire map that we're seeing on the screen? What did we vote on this morning?
The activity center overlay this morning was the entire activity center.
So all the way from the top, all the way down to the bottom?
Correct, yes.
So how does that play with the fact that we had an overlay in place previously? Because we've talked about entitlements. This morning we talked about entitlements and how that impacts. So we had people who had entitlements when they purchased land. Then we put an overlay on it. That overlay outlined future uses. And then now we've just added a second overlay. So how does that all play together? How do they know what entitlements they have coming to them based on the land that they've held?
So, Commissioner Howington, the action this morning was to declare a zoning in progress regarding the existing activity center overlay, not to talk about adding an additional overlay. So the study is going to be on the existing activity center overlay and how regulations can be changed in order to foster the mixed-use, walkable community that we're having the discussion on now.
Okay, so the existing overlay is the one that would still be in use. We just put the zoning in progress in place. See, this is where I said I didn't understand what was happening, which explains my no vote. I'm never going to vote yes for something I don't understand. So getting this today, I literally got information while we were voting, which makes me very uncomfortable with what we did this morning. Because up until just now, I wasn't even sure what we exactly voted on. So I'm just stating that.
So Commissioner, this was not part of the overlay. This was part of the workshop discussion.
But this actually gave me outlines, then information that would have been helpful prior to that vote.
And we just picked, this red outline is just an area that is vacant and in the middle of everything, so that's why we picked that ultimately. So.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lilly has
It's a great question.
It's a great question, and just understand that, the details of the, we're showing you one idea, but this is where, that's why we've asked to bring this discussion into the comp plan so we can really flush out and make sure that you do understand so that you can vote yes every time because you have a thorough understanding of what's being happened.
Yeah. We just wanted to introduce the trans-site planning component of it so that you understand scale matters, orientation matters, what our codes, what the building looks like can matter. Those are all things that can go into developing a requirements for your downtown if that's what you want to do.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually, Commissioner Harrington, I agree with some of her points, and the reason why I voted yes was because I wanted to have the conversation. Now we're having a conversation. When I look at some of these renderings, and I had to pull it up here so I could remember what it was called. I used to live near a place in Fernandina Beach called Amelia Park. And do you know it? Okay. Which I think works there because a lot of that is single-family residential within the residential component of it, and obviously Nassau County and City of Fernandina Beach have a tax base that's oceanfront, and it has a lot of commercial at this point, so they don't have the challenges we have with having so much single-family residential that has saver homes and homestead exemption. So while I do I like Amelia Park on paper for the context it's in, I do have concerns with that much single-family housing if that's what's intended. Though this morning during our actual business meeting, we discussed Colonial Town Center and a few others. I think we're more oriented to what I think we might need with all the other factors we have that have worked against us for 30 years. So that's just my comment. But that's immediately when I saw this, I thought, Amelia, I was thinking, what is it called? And I knew it was Amelia Park. And I watched that go from that was very much expanding when I lived in that area, and they added on some commercial near the entrance of it, and then they added on like the instead of originally it was just sort of the row houses, which were still homesteadable properties, and then they added on like the actual detached structures later in some other phases. So that's just my comment on that. I just want to make sure that we are, for our purposes, or what I would like is it just to make sure it is more commercially oriented.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And all of those kind of questions we're going to deal with when we get into the real details. I don't want to get us too far in the weeds because I know you all have
I'm sorry.
So
I'm getting us
and this is scale is really what we're talking about. 260 acres. If you look at studies of cities all around, typically about 3% is a downtown central business district. Your city is a little bit bigger on a per capita population perspective, so I wouldn't use that 3%. This gets pretty close to what would be in there. So that was just the purpose of scale. And those blocks that you see, those are actually blocks, not lots. That's an existing plat that's under that land. Those blocks are about what we'll call the Manhattan-sized block. So urban planning in the 20s, 30s, and 40s was actually pretty good at laying out cities. We just kind of got away from that in the 50s and beyond. So that's just a scale for like 270 by 700 foot blocks.
If I can just add, and I still have Commissioner Howington and Commissioner Lowley on the board. I mean, and I'm speaking for myself. I'm envisioning more like a city place type of ordeal, where there's a lot of commercial on the bottom, restaurants, shops. On one side, I know that there is some housing, which obviously are exempt from being homesteaded. But on the other side, you have the movie theater, you have an actual theater. You know, that's more of, I think, what we are all envisioning. There's a lot of green space within that downtown. If nobody's looked at it, there's areas for people to go and enjoy concerts and stuff of that nature. So, and it's very walkable. And actually, maybe a block or two away than they have their other downtown, which is Clematis. Makes no sense to me, but it works for them, you know, so.
Thank you.
And the overarching point here is that these items up here on the screen is just these are things that you need to incorporate if you're going to have a downtown. It can't just be, like I said, a strip on a street. It's got to be, you have shared, here's some concepts, shared streets, enhanced public spaces that you just mentioned, Mayor, diversity in housing. It's usually mixture and vertical also, family friendly, compact, and it's got a plan for that transition to what you already have, which is lots of single family around it. So,
and what's the comment between all these 6 things? They all tie back to your guiding principles. So you guys have put the foundation in place to make this happen.
Can we re-reference it as a town center instead of a downtown?
Sure.
Would the commission be okay with that? Because I think I've heard a lot of conversations from people that say that we don't have room for a downtown, but then when you explain it as a town center and you explain what the discussions that we've all been having are, they're like, oh yeah, we want that. That's exactly what we want.
Sure.
I think the term town center resonates more with what we're trying to do versus what the traditional view of a downtown is.
I think that's a good reframing.
That's up to you guys. The size of this ultimately is up to you of what you want to serve.
We can come back to that. We shouldn't be afraid of calling it a downtown. I mean, whatever it ends up being at the end, I'd be okay with it. I mean, some people call it a main street, others call it something else, but
It truly isn't.
At this point, it's semantics. I mean, if you call it a town center, you're going to have a problem if you try to put it out there by I-4, because if you want to start talking town center, we're going to be putting it out there where Dewey O'Boster Park is. I mean, that's closest you're going to get to a town center. So regardless of what you do, we're going to have issues.
We can revisit that. That should be.
I think we should. I think we should at least.
Let's get the important part first, which is we always mess up in the implementation part because we get held up by stuff like this.
Yes.
So let's start implementing.
And that comment was not to change anything that we're doing. I think everything that we're doing is phenomenal. I think it would just be more clarifying to the residents as I have conversations with everybody. The comments are, we don't have space for a downtown. Why do you want to put high rises in? Well, we don't. Right. When you explain what we're talking about, they're like, oh, we love that. We need that.
And that's going to be communication, the biggest part.
You have acreage. You have acreage for an appropriately sized downtown, central business district, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Whatever it looks like elevation-wise, it's up to you. It's entirely up to you.
And remember, this may not be the only one we talk about.
Right.
Exactly.
We're trying to set up a framework for these to happen where they need to be.
Right. And all the other ones should be scaled appropriately to what's around them. That's the main goal. So that's really it. I won't show you that one since you didn't like that word, but that was the main point. And then once we realized how much of a conversation you're having about this, Kathy's right. It's a big topic. It's going to be a sensitive topic, I think, some terms, obviously to landowners. So we want it to, we think it's best incorporated into this if that's really what you want to do. A lot of communities just put it in a plan, say we're going to do it later and kick it down the road, and I don't think that's where you're at. You're at we want to get you to implement these things.
We've already done that. That's all we've done.
Yes, that's all. 1999 data analysis for your comp plan talks about this stuff.
Yeah.
And then the goals, objectives, and policies that were adopted are not implementing those things. Whether that was by choice or not, I don't know. But
I'm excited.
We are very excited, honestly, as a group and as a team to be here with you and hear you guys give this feedback.
And this is, we just adopted your vision and your guiding principles, and this is the implementation of that vision and guiding principles. You are going to be able to say that Vision 2050 was an idea that sat on a shelf, and 30 years later, nobody knew what it was. We're going to be able to say Vision 2050 created a whole new history for Deltona.
More importantly, our residents would appreciate we use a consultant and actually follow through the whole way. So, because we're notorious for that.
We can simplify it to just that we followed through.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just part of the team. We're just part of the team. You have a great staff, and we like working with them, and we're part of their team. They're a part of our team. We're just one team working together.
You're just not allowed to take any of them.
What was that?
You're not allowed to take it.
Okay, we won't take any of the team members.
All right, so we're now doing the zoning overlay. Is that what we're doing next?
We're on the zoning overlay, yes, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you guys, by the way.
So we kind of discussed zoning overlay this morning. Zoning overlays are just specific regulations or requirements to the existing regulations. This morning we proposed a couple overlays, zones, districts for the city. One was the Reed Ellis, and that's to protect the natural features like wetlands, wildlife habitats, and water bodies. The second one was the Collins Road overlay to protect agricultural land and promote farming. The Fish Hawk overlay to protect agricultural land as well. And then the Activity Center overlay, current regulations allow mix of uses, but do not require mix of uses. And so we're just looking for feedback if the commission wants to add additional overlays or just stick with the ones we have at the moment.
I think the part of the discussion was that and he's walking away now conveniently, of course, we were concerned if we can add additional overlays. For example, I believe District 1, did you say in your district? Somebody else from over there said something.
Yeah.
1 in 5.
1 in 5, that's what I
Steve and I were
applied,
the
1 in
ones who
5.
brought it.
That's right.
Steve brought it up, not the secretary.
And that was the, I guess, the confusing part, Zach, was if we don't subdivide them, does that mean that now they can't use that same, the 6, was it 6 characteristics?
6 characters.
I think we
Yes. So what?
Or can we just make them, let's say Davison has, or the vice mayor has one section, right? Can you make that subsection D of the, not to steal Commissioner Lully's, what is it, make Deltona wild, or keep Deltona wild, I'm sorry. Can they do additional subsections, or is it just he'll have to figure out something else to make a different type of overlay?
So by creating the Create Deltona Wild overlay as a general framework and then having sub areas, we would be able to add additional sub areas in the future if that's the desire of the commission.
In different districts?
Yes, it may also be the case that the goal of a sub area or the goal of an overlay in another area of the city is different than what is outlined in Keep Deltona Wild. And in that case, the commission would be able to create a different overlay, right? Like you have the activity center overlay, which has clearly very different goals from the Keep Deltona Wild overlay. So you may come to, you may have a downtown mixed use overlay. You may have many other different types of overlays that could come into existence in the future.
Can I ask you this other question now that I feel more comfortable asking this question for whatever reason? Does this, I guess the only concern I have, and it's not a concern against it, it's just by subdividing them, does that protect the city where it doesn't, I guess if you don't subdivide them, would that make it easier for those developers to kind of join forces against us?
No.
I just want to make sure that it's not an argument against. I guess that's what we were trying to all figure out, was adding more to it, and then are we going to make sure we're protected in adding more subsections to the overlay?
As long as the broad category of the overlay is sound and has a rational relation to those sub areas, the city is in a very defensible position. The danger would be if the city had this overlay and you have the 3 we discussed earlier, and you start to add a 4th, a 5th, a 6th that have different goals or are extremely different from what that first set is, where it really wouldn't just wouldn't make sense, from a drafting and from a regulatory standpoint. But you'd still have the opportunity to use a different tool, a different overlay, if you have an area where you want to accomplish a different goal.
I think the goals in District 1 are a little bit different than what the goals of District 6 are. I think there's some overlap, of course, but I think that we could very easily come up with a different overlay concept for District 1 and possibly District 5, or a separate one for District 5. I don't think this handcuffs us at all.
That's the only question I have.
Maybe we can do the keep District 1 dry overlay and focus on conservation and water mitigation.
I'm not going to ask Stephen what he's going to want to. All right. Does anybody else have any other questions about the overlays? You're talking about the current ones, right? Zach or Gemma? Gemma looks like she wants to.
If you all have questions about overlays in general, we're happy to answer. Certainly, if you all want to provide direction regarding, looking into overlays in additional areas or, or additional analysis, we can take that direction now. But other than that, this is your forum, so we'll take your direction.
So
Commissioner
both,
Lally.
to answer your question. Current and in general.
Yeah.
At your pleasure.
This is just a suggestion. There are, Seminole County has many, Osceola County. It might be helpful if maybe staff could pull some of those other zoning overlays from different Central Florida municipalities and maybe send them to the commission to maybe generate more discussion and ideas for what each commissioner might see as a need in their district. I mean, for example, mine was just the amount of feedback that I got from my constituents was the inspiration behind asking for this. And certainly I was familiar with working on projects in like the State Road 46 scenic overlay in Seminole County, the Osceola County urban growth boundary, which is kind of similar. It's just everything south of a line on the map is what Osceola County designated as like their rural area. So there are other examples, I think, in Central Florida that might be helpful for the commission.
And I will say, if you all have been to a place on vacation or on a conference and you like something, and you're like, I wish we had X, I wish we had this, or something like this, or I think this would do well here, please let us know, because we can work with staff and we can pull if they have an overlay or whatever it is that made that happen, and try to bring it to you here. I mean, we have a ton of respect and admiration for your vision for the city, and we appreciate that, you are focused on good development. So we want to give you all the tools that you need to encourage and support that. So you just let us know what you want to see.
And I do that. I don't say that to the commission because of sunshine stuff, but I'm sure many of you recollect, I was somewhere on a Saturday recently and I sent pictures of the place where I got all my baked goods and what is it, French baguette, Paris baguette in Winter Park. I'm like, this would be great for our downtown area. So I do that as I travel around Central Florida.
Could I ask you a question? I'll go to Vice Mayor Harriet because I see it on the board. I know it's not an overlay situation, right? Even though we just put an overlay over it. Why is D-Ranch not a conservation? I always thought that was a conservation right now. And I know that I just found out it's not deeded that way, but...
That we can get back to on that, Mayor. I'm not sure why it is not conservation.
Who owns that property?
Conservation Florida.
Conservation Florida.
So why don't they just work on deeding it as a conservation? We just saw the map and it's not deeded as a conservation.
Because at any given point, I believe they could sell that property and use it for what it is originally zoned for.
I mean, if it would be okay with the commission, I think if that property is being seriously considered for conservation, can we not reach out to them and find out how we can make it where it stays that way?
Yeah, maybe consensus for staff to reach out to D-Ranch and find out if they'd be willing to put it in a conservation.
I mean, how long is the overlay going to last? 120 days?
120 days.
Yeah. That's just the zoning in progress.
But that's what I think a more effective way would make sure because that area there, I mean, I was looking at it.
They would have to be the ones willing to give up their entitlements, future entitlements to that property. They would have to willingly do that on their own. We can't force them to do that.
No, of course not. But I think it would be a good, just to reach out. I mean.
What was I was going to say on that? They're imminently opening the trails to the public for use that they've put in through, and then with their recent grant they got, the Nature Center would come as like a next phase. But they're gonna, I mean,
it's phenomenal.
Yeah. I guess I don't know what would happen if it got used for something because they're going to be putting trails in there. But I agree 100%.
So can we not reach out?
Yes, I'm down. Absolutely.
That way we're no longer talking about it's already in it's Conservation Florida. I mean,
you want to poll the commission for consensus?
I mean, I guess Commissioner Santiago.
Yes.
Commissioner Howington.
Yes.
Yes.
Is this to reach out to them to see what? Because that caught me by surprise that it wasn't deeded that way. So
protect it into perpetuity.
Okay. Vice Mayor Harriet, you're on.
So I've got two overlays, or if the overlays are the right mechanism, I'd like to just work with, continue working with legal and our planning staff to further discuss before I bring them up to the commission, but I will bring those up to the commission here at the next meeting or so.
Yep, me as well.
All right. All right. If there's nothing else, then we're going to go ahead and move next to the JPA Deltona/Volusia County.
So the city of Deltona and Volusia County, we have a Osteen local JPA. It was executed by the city of Deltona and Volusia County December 5th, 2008. It's located in southwest Volusia County along the State Route 415 corridor between Lemon Bluff Road and Acorn Lake Road and includes 3,990 acres. The JPA requires the local plan to be incorporated into Volusia County's comprehensive plan and the city of Deltona's comprehensive plan. The purpose is to facilitate balanced approach to development along the State Route 415 while promoting urban opportunities. There is a community workshop on the Osteen local plan from 5 to 7 on Wednesday, April 9th at Osteen Elementary School.
So I was going to ask us to see if it would be okay to bring this up at another workshop, because until we have that one with the county, I believe the clerk already noticed, Sunshine noticed the meeting?
Yeah, I already responded.
Okay, so I want to make sure that, and the commissioners were invited, and the county council, it's a joint effort. We should probably listen to that first before we, do anything else. And then from there, I don't know how difficult it would be to, if we have a workshop on this, to have it specifically with the county. I don't know if that's outside of but I mean, it's a joint venture. We should be able to. If it's okay with the rest of the commission.
When was the last time the county and the city have gotten together?
It's going to be in a couple of days.
Well, I mean a full deal. You're talking about the Osteen meeting?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the full committees together. Formal meeting, council, city together?
I can't recall.
Never.
Can't recall.
Maybe.
And now that we're building that good relationship, it's, I mean, Commissioner Santiago might know someone.
I think it's time.
I agree with the mayor on that.
Yeah, I agree too.
I was a little surprised to see the JPA on here for discussion today prior to that meeting, because I think we really need to have that meeting on the 9th before we can really start to formulate opinions.
I want to clarify that the meeting on the 9th is actually not, we was noticed by our clerk so that we can participate, but it's not actually our meeting.
Correct. It's Volusia County is running the meeting. City staff will be at the meeting as well, and we're going to be coordinating with Volusia County staff next week.
So there's city commissioners are not on the agenda at any point to speak.
No.
We're just there. It was noticed so that we can be there to be educated as well. So it's there's a rumor. I've gotten a lot of the emails that have said, y'all have a meeting on the 9th. It is not a city meeting.
No, that's why we were invited. It's different, yeah.
But we do get to ask questions. Yes. Just like the general public, yes.
Participate like the public.
And as I find out more information from Volusia County staff, I will certainly share with the commission.
And then at a time certain after that, then just schedule something with the county. I think that's great relationship building, number one, and updating some of these outdated overlays or joint ventures or whatever you want to call them would be great, because we get to hear what the residents on both sides want to see. So okay, we're going to go ahead and move to projects utilizing CDBG CHIP funding.
So in terms of SHIP, city staff has met with the majority of the commission. I think we have not met with Commissioner Santiago or Vice Mayor. We're looking for feedback in terms of how the commission wants to move forward with the SHIP program. And I have Angela here to answer any questions that the commission may have. But pretty much the options are the city can return SHIP funds to the state for reallocation. If you do that, the residents will have to go through Volusia County, or we can adopt recommendations by the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. And one recommendation is to do a community land trust.
Since Noah's on the board, I'll just say I think we should go recommendation and not return the funds. I also think we need to do a heck of a better job on communicating this with the residents. It's not at anyone's fault, please. I'm not trying to. We just we have a lot of new PIO folks. They're doing a great job. We just got to up it a little bit better. As a matter of fact, I think doing the Meals on Wheels, Angelia, we recommended somebody who desperately needs the information, the funds, and stuff like that. If we need to figure out a way, because after the conversation we had, some folks are just not applying, and getting them this type of help versus them going out and getting a reverse mortgage and then losing everything. And those folks are not going to give them the opportunity. They're not going to give their kids an opportunity to buy back. So we need to put that out there. We're not leaning your property just because we want to take it over. It's just guaranteeing that you're going to stay in that house until a certain amount of time. So,
Mayor, may I add to that? And
sure, please.
As a member of the city board, AHAC board, and as the state representative for the city of AHAC, I just want to tell you that this board is one of the best boards I have seen in the entire city of Deltona. They have so many members that the last time we were asked to approve, we just said at this point we don't need any more at the moment, right? Yeah. And I just want to say that the reason why, and please interrupt me if you want to jump in, the reason why we have all this money is not that the city is not putting it out there and that the city is not advertising, because we've had open houses. We've had one here, we had one at the center, is that a lot of the residents don't qualify. And when they do qualify and they hear about the lien, like you said, it sort of scares them a little bit. And sometimes it's not even the residents themselves, but their children. They don't understand that the house will still go to them as long as they comply with the AHAC regulations. Correct. Right? And I think it's more of lack of educating the residents on what the city requires of them and the qualifications and the things they have to follow. Some residents, or let me say some applicants, refuse to give information that is required. We need to know where all your funds, all your money is coming from. I think we even went as far as to make the application or request the application to be a little shorter. The lien was a 15-year lien, and it was reduced to 10 years to make it easier for the residents. A lot of the requirements for AHAC doesn't come from the city, it comes from the state. And I know that Angela has done a great job with the state group, asking them to reduce a lot of things, make it easier for the residents, and that's what we're trying to do. And right now, I think we're coming up with to schedule another sort of open house for the residents to try to keep the SHIP money, because it's easy to give it to the county, because they could still go to the county and apply. But we want to make it easier for them to be here in this house to apply for it.
I could tell you that one of the conversations we had, and this is something that I've been somewhat passionate about and I've been working on, not as the mayor of Deltona, right, but is getting with different state officials and maybe other partners on a higher level, obviously. And one of the discussions that we had with Angelia and with Jordan is a lot of the folks that don't qualify is because of multiple generational homes. For example, you have grandma, mom and dad, and then you have adult children living in the same house. Well, technically they do qualify, but because they're multi-generational homes, their income is too high. So it automatically takes them out. So we're trying to figure out a way that we can incentivize some of our elected officials on the higher levels to add a little button. And the consensus is not for one generation, two generations, but possibly on a 3-generation family household, where if there's 3 generations of families living there, then you could click on that button, and it helps to expand the qualifications for income to make it easier.
The income limits come from the state.
Yes.
So that would have to be from the
Correct,
state.
yeah.
And it wouldn't only be for Deltona, it would be for the entire state of Florida,
That's why
because
when
once
I've
they
been
find
trying to
out.
advocate for it, I can't, but as the mayor of the city, it would have to be on a personal basis.
So, did anyone have any questions in reference to?
Do we want to give them the consensus to move forward on not returning the money and go with the recommendation?
Well, and what we need to think about is we're talking about $500,000 because what's happening, just to give you an example, we get about 200 and some pre-screens, between 200 and 500 pre-screens a year. They, of that 200 or so, they converted to about 48 applications a year. And when you're talking about getting $1 million in one year, 700,000 in another year, 900,000 in another year, right now we have a house that will be coming in front of you. It needs $160,000 worth of work. So
But our limit is? And our limit is?
60,000.
So it will be coming in front of you. She needs dire help, but in this situation, we put a lien on it for 15 years. What we probably will request of you all, if you want to move forward with it, is to have it not be an unforgivable lien. In addition, it's been referred to legal because of some issues with the title. So those are the things that we see, but we work with them. We probably do 10% of the pre-screens that we get, and we put that pre-screen on there for a reason. These people don't want to come in and bring 3 months worth of bank statements and a month's worth of pay stubs, and as soon as we see the bank statement and we see $500 a month coming into the account from all different places, sometimes we just stop the application process. So we put the pre-screens in place, so we've asked the questions that would stop everyone. It stops. And then if they want to have the conversation, they can have the conversation with us. We still run into, we are what's called an exception community, along with several other communities, which I think I shared with you.
Can you just explain that? I'm sorry, Angela, can you explain what that means for residents that are here?
An exception community, although it's SHIP and it's state funding, the numbers and the income limits come from the federal government, which is HUD. They go out and they give us our numbers every year. How we do CDBG projects is we look at areas of greatest need, and they look at the percentage of people in an area that are 50%, 51% or lower. They consider low income. So we're not 51%. For years, we haven't been 51%. As of this year, we are at 43%. And there are a couple of cities that correspond to that, and excuse me, but I think Boca Raton is one of those. You put it in there. Thank you. Jordan put it in there for me. I can tell you some of the cities that are on the exception list: Boca Raton, Cape Coral, Deltona, Jupiter, Marco Island, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm Coast, Pembroke Pines, Sebastian City, Wellington. Wow. Those are some of the cities that are on the exception list. We have been on the exception list off and off the past 6 years at least 5 times. We came off 1 year. But we have been working with it. It's just getting harder. And that's why if we are told that we have to keep this money, we have 2 options. 2 options only that we can spend these funds. It will have to be affordable multifamily, which we don't believe necessarily that Deltona is suited to that the way that it is. And we can't spend the money fast enough for a project to come online. What we would prefer to do is scattered site community land trust. That way, I went back in preparation for this. I came here in 2010. I purchased over 80 houses, rehabbed them under NSP, sold them. They were all affordable, but once they went past the mortgage, the lien, they became regular units. We couldn't retain the property with the community land trust. The underlying document is the affordability is attached to the land. And for 50 or 100 years, you all would decide. You can make it less. You can make it 25 to 50 years. But for those years, you could only resell those homes to low to moderate income persons. And we think that if we did a scattered site approach within all 6 districts, went out, purchased homes, and did it that way, at least you would have that continued affordability to give you time and space over the next 5, 10, 15 years to determine what else you wanted to do at that point. So we would like to keep the funds, but we have to make a decision. We have until the end of June to make that decision.
I think it's a phenomenal plan. That's right up what we were talking about earlier with the multi-generational being scattered throughout the city. Also, I think that's a phenomenal plan.
And remember, I'm sorry, but remember, if it's multi-generational.
I'm just saying that it corresponds. It's not
okay.
The same. I understand that is separate from what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you want to ask
If I may, Vice Mayor.
consensus for the land trust?
Yes. Can we get? Are there any other comments from commissioners? Or?
If I may, Vice Mayor. So just a flag, there is the option to bond. So to use your allocation and bond and use future allocations or a portion of it. We're trying to get the exact percentage. In my recollection, I believe it's 60% that you can bond for a large amount to do or contribute to a larger project. For example, some types of infrastructure might be eligible, a P3 involving housing. I mean, we can give you some other ideas if that's something you want to pursue. We hadn't talked to you all about it, and we don't know if you have an appetite for it, but we just want to make clear that that is an option. CDBG does permit a certain amount of the funds, a percentage of the funds, to be bonded for a larger project.
How long do you guys need to figure that out?
We have time on CDBG.
Well, the important thing now is to we keep the
Yes.
money?
That's the money that we're
question.
talking about.
Do we keep the money?
Right now, whether we keep the money or not.
Yeah, that's right now is the important thing.
Yeah, so we can get back in 30 days about SHIP and what our percentage that we could bond, that we can allocate for a bond, because then you could, if you wanted, split it up and do half lots and then half reserved for a larger project. We obviously would have to bring a project that's eligible. So if you give us 30 days, we'll come back, we'll work with staff and come back with a concept and give you just some of the parameters so you can see.
My preference would be that we come back after hearing from staff what other options are. I think if it's between the two options of give it back or spend money on these scattered units, it would be scattered units. But if there is another option that we just need to research a little bit, my preference would be to research that and come back.
But she needs an answer
Let's give her direction to keep the money right now.
Yes, Yes, I keep the money.
Do we need to vote?
We'll go around your meeting.
Everybody said already yes. So
And just
you have direction.
And just FYI, I just want to let everybody know that Commissioner Colwell is my backup at the state level. So this did not have to be brought to the commission. This was something that you just pick a backup. So if I'm not,
I got your back.
And did you want to mention to them why we have a commissioner sitting on that?
So I know a lot of people, and just FYI, we have one of our board members in the audience. We want to thank so much.
Terry Ellis.
She's very, never miss a meeting, a lot of input. But the reason why it's so important first of all, the elected official to be part of the city board was required at the state level. This was not a decision at the city level. So every city that has received this funding has to have that representative at the state level be part of the board at the city level. This has nothing to do with the city's decision. It's a requirement. And the reason why I need a backup is because I think it's three strikes and you're out. So if I miss three of their state meetings, then the city keeps losing points on the funding, and it comes to a point where we might lose it altogether. So it's very important that if I can't make it, I will let Angela know or Sandy, and then they'll let Steve know to be ready to be part of that meeting. And sometimes Angela joins in as well, but she has no input because it has to be an elected official.
And the reason why we believe they put that in place is because we are beginning to get more funds, and they need to have someone on your body. When we come to you and say we're going to have to give funds back, they understand why, and they can explain it to you. So, thank you all.
Commissioner Howington?
I wanted to ask if we could get consensus to put this on the May 5th meeting agenda so that we can make sure that we get you enough time to turn it in before the June cutoff. Would that be enough time for you to have the 30 days, or do we need to do the second meeting in May?
No, I think that would be fine. I will just flag one thing, just in totality about today's workshop. Two ideas that the SHIP funds could be bonded for would be a workforce project, a residential housing component of a P3, either in a downtown or near the center, and then the developer, the private equity, could come in and build the commercial use, or they could build market rate housing as part of a cohesive project. And obviously this would take more time to do, but the bond would allow us to create an attractive element to bring in a P3 partner to bring in their private money. So with SHIP, we can go up to 140 AMI. So that's workforce housing. I mean, that's quality housing.
Like
so
that idea.
Yeah.
To have a P3 partner would be, because it's not only public, it's also the private sector that's getting involved.
Yeah, we love a P3, but it's always important for the government to have a good carrot. And if we can say, this is the amount we are eligible to contribute for this workforce housing component or fund, and we'll use our allocation as such, it could make it very attractive for a development partner to come in and, really bring that mixed use projects that we want.
What would that amount look like right now?
I'm sorry?
What would that amount look like right now?
We would have to do the math.
Well, and this is the thing. We have been putting money aside waiting for that. Remember, we wanted to do something multifamily, and then we came in with the CLTs. That is what the AHAC committee has been doing. They have been doing that with the anticipation that someone would come in and we could do possibly multifamily. But it's been we've come to the realization that for us, multifamily, depending on where it is, wouldn't work. And that's one of the reasons why we still have some of the funds, because staff has been working since 2021. We expected for there to be a multifamily one, but it just doesn't work for our community, and we understand that. And that's some of the money that we're going to try to spend it. We're trying to spend it. But
has staff reached out to any developers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
since 2021.
Ask for a consensus. Can we, before we get too far away, can we take a consensus on having this
for
meeting?
Gemma was that date okay?
That date's fine. Yeah, we can come back with some hard information.
Yes. Date certain, May 5th?
The first meeting in May, if that's May 5th, then yes.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay. Thank
As long as staff agrees that that's attainable, yes.
It's good for us.
So that's for, we already voted on keeping the SHIP.
Yeah,
right?
we already voted for the
To
SHIP.
bring us stuff back to us.
All right, we're moving to social services.
Good afternoon again. So staff gathered some information on social services and programs for homelessness throughout Deltona and Volusia County. There are 9 food pantries within the city's boundaries. There are 2 churches that provide assistance with utility bills. The library offers free computer and internet service for individuals. And there's a variety of services addressing homelessness throughout the county. You have Family Renewed Community, Salvation Army, Volusia County Human Services, and the Neighborhood Center of West Volusia. The First Step Shelter, and then also the Commission on Homelessness and Housing. So I'm not.
The city also, under housing, provides emergency shelters. Am I correct?
Under the CDBG public service cap, we're allowed to provide up to 15% of the annual allocation. Now, we split that normally amongst 4 to 6 different nonprofits. When it comes to housing, we have to depend on Neighborhood Center. They're the only ones that have beds. And then we depend on New Hope. They help with the utilities and food and that type of thing. The others go to Council on Aging, Boys and Girls Club, and Early Learning Center. And that's just under the 15% cap. But what happens with that is that those funds aren't generally available until late December, sometimes even early February. So in that time, what we see is, especially around Christmas and after Christmas, everyone needs assistance, but our funds aren't available. So Jordan will be talking with Doc and with you all in other options in reference to
But
other
you
options.
have provided emergency funds for immediate housing or hotel.
Yes, that's the Neighborhood Center. It used to be called Deltona's First Response to Homelessness, but again, if they don't have the funds, they can't do that program.
So in other words, the funds are running out before December?
Every year. A lot of times they don't even get the funds until January or February because applications, setting up POs and all of that, and approvals.
Got it. Okay. What direction are you guys looking for? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have added some money into next year's budget that you'll see as part of the proposed for this lag time. We're really kind of working out the numbers at this point in time, but you'll actually see that in the budget with using general funds. So it'll actually be in the planning budget and the housing budget, not in the CDBG or the SHIP budget. And it'll just specify that that's what the funds are there for. Because it's general fund, they'll lapse, meaning they just won't reoccur, but we can put them in the budget every year with a statement, and we can use prior year examples and actuals and so forth to determine what that is. But I think we agreed to $25,000 initially, just so that the program would have money to help those in need during the time when the CDBG monies are not in place yet. And we would not ask CDBG to supplement it, but we put it out there in the budget. We still have to finalize it. We're not finished at this point in time, but that was the last discussion.
Are we referring our residents to other social services that are available in other parts, like maybe the county, some of our veterans, referring them to maybe the library where they have veteran services? Can we make sure that we also are linking all that together? Because I understand we run, and we'll go to Commissioner Howington after. I understand we run out of money for certain things, but we have other partners that we can be promoting in a sense. The veterans one is a perfect example. That they're kicking butt over there. They're doing a lot of great stuff, and it's right here in Deltona. I mean, technically it's Volusia County, but
yes, we have the liaison that's in the library every week, along with the county liaison. A lot of services we don't have, but we do try to coordinate with the county liaison. And yes, we're over in the library every week. It was 2 days. I had 2 half days, but due to lack of persons coming in, it's been curtailed to 1 half day. And so has the county's rep also. They're only there 1 day too now.
And then as we become familiar with these organization services, we do provide it on our website as well for people.
on our sites? as well?
On the Deltona website.
Okay. Commissioner Howington. And then after that, Commissioner Santiago.
Okay, so I'm thinking outside the box a little bit. To fill that gap, could we potentially use the community land trust properties to somehow partner with a nonprofit to create a transitional facility where if somebody needs a place to stay for a short period of time, that we could utilize one of those properties for that? I'm kind of taking both and lumping them together. I know it might take some thought process, maybe food for thought over the next few weeks. I don't know.
We could check into that. I could get with Jordan and Jessica, and we could check into that.
Would that then make us like the manager of the shelter?
Well, no, that's where we would partner with a nonprofit.
Okay.
And land trust keeps us out of being landlords, as prior commissioners turned this down because they didn't want to be landlords. Right? Land trust doesn't, keeps us out of the whole thing. And also, we also partner with, what's the name of the organization that does the houses?
Habitat.
Oh, Habitat for Humanity.
Habitat for Humanity, yes.
Well,
Habitat for Humanity?
I was thinking maybe Trinity Church would be a good one to partner with the Dream Center, because they have the Dream Center in Orange City, but maybe they could operate.
But it has to be in Deltona.
Right, when the land trust, they could operate those here in Deltona.
We could look into that and get back with you all, Jordan and Jessica.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, one of our other clients is actually in the process of doing this out in Belle Glade. They found, and I don't remember the name of the community that's doing it, but they bought some infill lots and they're building tiny homes. The city's not doing it, but they're partnering with a nonprofit to build these tiny homes. So I think it's still in a relative infancy pilot process, but we are working on this in another place. So it's certainly, we obviously don't want to run shelters, that's not our business, but there is and I can find the name of the place who's done it, because our mayor there toured it and came back with a lot of ideas. It might have been
other examples of that.
It's funny you mentioned that, because we actually met with a company that does that, and at some point the idea was to bring it to see how the commission felt about it, but then we started getting a new city manager, so somewhere else.
When Stephen, when you start joining these meetings, you're gonna find that Deltona is the lonely child.
The lonely child.
Because every other city that is part of that meeting has available land for affordable housing, and Deltona is the only one that doesn't have that, land that is owned by the city to build affordable housing. So you will hear all these projects that are going up, just like Gemma mentioned, and I'm sitting there and saying, okay, what did we talk about in our last meeting? I can talk about that. So that's the only difference with the city, that we don't have the land.
Okay. And Commissioner Santiago, then Vice Mayor Harriet, and then we can.
Just to verify, Jordan, you did mention that some of the services and organizations are on the website?
They will be, I think, is it?
That is correct, yes.
They are,
Okay, just making sure.
Yes.
The only other thing, are you done, Commissioner Santiago?
Yes.
So Vice Mayor Harriet, then I want to just add a little thing to it.
So I think the concepts are great. What Commissioner Howington brought up, I think, is awesome. My only reservation with that, and also I also really like the tiny home concept. I think that's phenomenal, and it also could the tiny home concept, not in a different variation, could also lend itself well to downsizing. But the one thing that I want to make sure that we're not getting into the business of is being a landlord or a management company. I don't want to put politics into this process any more than it already is, because we're talking about people's basic needs here.
I agree.
May I answer that, Mayor?
Yeah, sure.
So this is the reason why in our city board, we have always mentioned the importance of bringing someone to give the commissioners, someone who is a land lease, actually currently a land lease person, running something on the land lease, to give the commissioners a demo of what definition of land lease is. Because that takes the city out of all of it. They run everything. It's under their control. They run everything. You know what I'm saying? So the city has no responsibilities over it.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if we've ever decided to do that.
And if I'm not mistaken, maybe Gemma can confirm for me, we don't own it.
Right.
The CLT owns it. Mm-hmm. We hand it off.
Perfect.
So
even better.
Okay. One last thing I would like to add. Are you done?
I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there any way we can use for social services? Do we not already pay for 401? 411 services?
411.
411 or 311, whatever it's called.
211?
211. I can't get the darn numbers straight. could we not try to use the 201 for some of these services?
We could let the residents know that they can call that number, if that is what you would like us to put on the website. And
I mean,
when
for
they call
social
in.
service, I think it would be helpful. We're already paying for the service. Let's try to utilize it.
Okay.
Maybe do some custom forms. So instead of people calling City Hall, there's a form that they can fill out. Not trying to steal ideas from residents, right? But I hear that a lot is, hey, can we develop some type of form? And maybe it helps the city staff get some relief on that as well. Instead of us going through it, then we get the form, we can go through it, and then refer them to the right people or department. Just a thought, an idea.
Would you prefer for that to be online? Is what also?
Okay. I mean, whatever the commission as a whole would like.
Absolutely. All of our resources available to our residents should be located in one single location.
Everything online. Everything online.
All right. Is there anything else before we move on to the next section?
Just one last thing, if I may. I know in the past, the city of Deltona has done a social services summit where we have invited all the organizations to come and have a table. And is that something that we're planning on doing soon, or can we get it done?
Consensus.
Probably do that around the holidays, right?
I'm going to defer to you.
If we're instructed to do it and Jordan is okay with it, we can do it. Do you need it immediately, or is this something that can be done over, say, the next 6 months?
Absolutely not immediately. It's just something that I know I did when I worked in the city with the fire department. We had like a social services summit, and all the vendors came in, provided information to our community, and let them know that, hey, this is available. Very simple. Nothing.
To Commissioner Santiago's point, if we're going to do it, obviously, city manager, can we make sure we're consistent and do it, if we're going to do it every year? Because one of the things that I hate seeing us do is we start something, we stop doing it, and then we wonder why people don't show up. And it's not a plug, but the Mayor's Fitness Challenge is a great example. The first year, man. The second year, better. This last time, man, it was 40, 50 people every time showing up. It's just the consistency and continuity of doing things. If we do it sometime this year and not a lot of people show up, it's because they're not used to it anymore. But if we do it consistently every year, and it's budgeted for and it doesn't affect really anyone, I think it would be great.
I'd like to even take that a step further. I'd like to look at the calendar, the annual calendar, and see where all of our events are, and then find a spot where it can be focused on.
Yeah.
And let's start to spread things out so that we don't have clusters of events. Let's start to spread it out so it can stand on its own.
So there, somewhere in the city, there has to be, and I think we spoke about this, there has to be some kind of directory of all the organizations in Volusia County that helps the community. This directory came from the Hurricane Maria. And I was not a commissioner, but I did participate with it with Chief Schneider, and I forget who else it was. And this room was standing room only, and what we found was that there was so much duplication in organizations. I know they did a directory. I have no idea if it's still around. That's when we assigned Community Life Center as the first stop. We had to decide, when all these people came to Deltona after the hurricane, where should they go? Community Life Center was the first stop. They went out of business. We switched it over to New Hope Services. And so, yes, that was just a one-time thing that we did just to find out what all the organizations were out there. And it was amazing. It was a good turnout, but we also found that it was 2-3 organizations doing the same thing. So there is a directory somewhere out there. I don't know where.
Commissioner, there is a directory that Angela and her group have been continuously updating, and we have a link to that, I believe, on our website.
Yes, and we'll continue to update it, and then hopefully if we do the social services event, we can keep adding to it.
But it's a fluid document, so we're updating it when we find an organization is no longer operating or a new organization, so.
Cool.
And we'll share that with the commission as well.
If I may, we could just put it on the website and update it as it comes and just say, this is current as of this date, and that way we don't have to, no one has to come in. Not that we don't love them here.
Bingo.
Okay, so you guys have direction on that? It's a clear for everyone? Okay. Next, we're going to go to development projects.
Thank you.
Really? Okay.
Who's doing the development projects?
Jordan.
Jordan?
So I guess this was just a holding spot for just any future.
We got finger pointing.
It was just made available, so if you had questions on another project, that you had an opportunity to ask that here, or if you wanted to direct us something.
Kind of like the
You
future.
guys promise not to beat me up when I ask about this project?
They might, but we won't.
Lakeshore Drive. Can we get...
I mentioned earlier, you're talking about the 4B project I mentioned earlier? Yeah. Meeting Tuesday with both the contractor and the engineer, the ones that we're either suing or we're going to be working with.
Okay.
That's what the meeting's about.
Could we put something out there that we're in process of meeting with them? Just, doesn't have to be detailed, just something that we're meeting so the residents who keep calling all of us, I'm sure it's not just me, are aware, you know, and it helps out. And
yes.
Thank you so much. I mean, obviously, with the permission of the rest of the commission, if that's okay.
I would like to have something available to give to residents.
I also want to ask a question. Is there something going on Norman? I'm sorry. Did I jump in on that?
She'll go after you.
Okay, so on Normandy and Saxon, across the street from Walgreens, do you know, is there anything going on? I know they just cleared it. I mean, not cleared it, they just cleaned it up a little bit than what it was. I'm just wondering if something has been decided.
They forced
them to knock down the houses.
You don't know anything about that one, right, yet, John? John, we looked into that about for the city to purchase it, but he was not interested in selling it, correctly?
That's correct. He wanted the land lease only.
There you go.
Yes.
Land lease.
I don't know, Jessica, if you know if they're doing anything with it.
Didn't he buy up all of the houses around that property as well? Because I know that there's a developer that owns the majority of the houses.
He bought those houses, the developer, but he's not interested in selling. It was supposed to be a gas station, remember?
Commissioner, it's going to be a proposed Murphy's gas station.
Oh, God.
That'd be a great place for a commercial overlay to require future land.
Well, that lot's going to need a lot of flood mitigation, because I know way back when on Farley Court, there was an issue with an artesian well. And there was a scenario where some houses were built, and then some houses had to be bought back. And I believe that water's still pretty heavy water-centric, so we're going to have to look at the flooding situation, because that's a pit right now, and once that gets elevated, what's going to happen there? If Farley Court has had problems for years, they're at the bottom of that hill, so we're going to have to look into that. That was not my question, though.
It'll be another Fort Smith and LQ.
No, let's not go there.
Go ahead, Commissioner Howard's being your next.
Let me get it open here. Is anybody working on the Florida Department of Emergency Management Mitigation Grant that's due on April 15th? Is anybody looking into that at all? It's for hurricane loss mitigation. So it's funding availability?
Yeah, we're working on that in finance, as well as I know Phyllis has helped us on another piece of that. But I can tell you finance is working on it. So we can get you an update as soon as we have a little bit more information. We will, our data folks were working on it this past Friday, so I don't have an update right now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't miss the deadline to get anything, something. So thank you so much.
Any other questions on future projects? Hopefully no more dollar stores. I shouldn't have.
Are there any other future projects that we're not aware of?
Not that you're not aware of.
They're all on the map, aren't they?
Say that again?
They're all on the map?
I was about to say that. We have an interactive development activity map, which is on our website, which we keep current and updated with all projects.
There's a project on the end of Deltona Boulevard, I think it's identified for apartments and stuff like that. Is that have not yet come to DRC or no? Okay. Oh, no, I have another question, I'm sorry. The property across the street from Justin Plaza has a sign on it that says Future Plaza Coming. What is that? Deltona Boulevard.
And is that Cigar Hustler?
It's a little further from where the old Mr. Vasquez, Dr. Vasquez was.
From where the Melheim.
Not my relative, but, huh?
From Melheim's.
Yeah, right, across the street from Justin Plaza.
Commissioner, we have no application in. They've just come in for a pre-application meeting. And most likely it'll just be a couple retail stores.
Okay, because everybody's asking me about that.
Smoke shop?
Smoke shop?
Oh, is that what you were about to
No,
say?
no,
A
no,
smoke
no, no,
shop?
no, no.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to correct you. I just keep seeing them pop, and I swear, it used to be $1 used to have, and I know everybody feels a certain way, and now I'm starting to see smoke shops pop up every other corner.
Oh, I have one already on mine.
You only have one?
I have a smoke shop, I have a medicinal marijuana, I have,
Okay, I was going to say, if you only had one, then we can start sending them your way. I have one other request, kind of related to development projects, not specifically to any particular projects, but throughout the process with a lot of the Vineland Reserve stuff, the stuff that's going on with the JPA, Raintree, and all the New Hope project, there's a lot of residents that don't understand, because it is a confusing process if you're not living it, but they don't understand that development process and how it works, including the current zoning and future land use and rezoning, and then going to DRC and the pre-app, and then the application being approved and all of that. Could we put together like an explanation video? And I'm not talking like necessarily a
You can be in it, not me.
no, so if you really need a cameo, then sure, but I think that some sort of explanation would...
Commissioner, in your packet under...
Already did it.
Development 101, we have a flow chart, which we will be putting on the website, and it shows citizens what the process is when they submit an application, so...
Perfect.
It will be on the website.
And then could we also use that flow chart and maybe reference that flow chart when we talk about developments that are, I think that we should start posting, using our social media to share with residents what certain things are, what things are coming, and what, we can use the flow chart to point to where they are in the process and whatnot, so.
Sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Can I piggyback onto that?
Yeah.
So specifically thinking back to Aloha Estates, when we have agenda items that come up where they had a rezone historically, because I know that one was what, 2004, 2002, something, yeah. Can we add that date so that we can actually identify when they received their entitlements?
Yeah, and that would help. That was another one, thank you for bringing it up. That was another one that a lot of residents were very confused on, of why are we swapping projects and giving, allowing all these apartments, and it's like, whoa, time out. That was already done. We don't have a say on that.
Right.
When you say add the date, can you just clarify, please?
So,
when the entitlements were given.
yeah, when the entitlements given, if there was a rezone, if this was just always part of the land use code, something to designate when that landowner received the right to build 1,000 homes. The developer?
Where are you wanting that information? Because staff includes that information in the staff report that we give to the commission in the agenda packet.
We can just highlight
If we could have it in the summary,
Okay.
so that it's easy to read, so that when residents are sitting here and we're having a meeting, they can see the entitlements were issued on such and such date. And maybe it was, pre-incorporation. I don't know. Whatever
Understood.
terminology, just something so that we can say, hey, we are not giving them the entitlements today. They got these entitlements back 20 years ago.
So to add to that, legal, can we put an expiration date on entitlements? By Florida statute, we're allowed to do that? You know where I'm going.
I don't think so, not since the state legislature.
Those two, listen, there's people out there
answer to that
fear-mongering,
is
folks.
no.
Those two bills are bad. They do
Yeah,
not
it's a
pass.
complicated, but the short answer is no. I mean, the short answer is no. That's a
Except with PUDs.
yes, except with PUDs. It's a more complex answer.
So we
But
want
I
to
will
have
say,
more PUDs all over the city.
we can, on the explanation page, call out, like in a clear box, this project is allowed as a matter of right under the Land Development Code, period, which was passed when we were incorporated, or this project was rezoned in 2012. Like, we can call it out in a big box, because I understand what you're saying. Is a lot of people are frustrated because they feel like you all are giving these entitlements, when often they already, when they buy the land, they get the entitlement because the land comes with it. So we can, as part of public information.
I think everything that I voted on over the last year, with the exception of maybe one, maybe two projects, they've already had those rights vested from decades ago.
What about before final plats come before us? Can we make sure that? I'm probably going to get a, never mind. Forget it. It's fine.
So back to your question. So in terms of planned unit developments, going forward, if you guys approve the chapter on April 7th, DAs will have a 2-year, after 2 years, it will expire.
What about trip counts? That's where my question essentially is going, is how long can we allow these trip counts to go without being updated? Can we not require the trip counts to be updated? And let's be fair to both developers and the city, right? But maybe 5 years? I mean, 20 years is a long damn time for us to allow trip counts to stay there.
Actually, the one you're thinking of is, I think, Evergreen. It's good forever.
I mean, come on.
Mayor, good point, and we are actually working with them at the moment in terms of those
As well as
issues.
infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I have no other questions. All right, I believe we're going to public comments. Public comments?
No.
No public comment?
What's that?
Really? I'm sitting here. You have Kathy Bryan and Terry Ellis.
Okay.
We're going into the...
Some flair? All right, guys, hold on. She has her 2 minutes, don't interrupt.
Hey, ready? Kathy Deltona. Just on what you were talking about going forward, and maybe that's when you were talking about the trips, is that like the traffic studies, et cetera? Because, yeah, going back 20 years, traffic was a whole different story. Okay, number 2, you may not want to include residents in Vision 2050 because I know that we already had resident inclusion. However, there has been other instances where we've had resident inclusion and the commission did something completely different. Charter Commission, the charter is one of the prominent ones that I think of in my head, where the commission didn't take really any of the recommendations and went off their own way. When you talk about the noise ordinance, can we please include fireworks in that? And I know it's very difficult, and I don't begrudge anybody their 4th of July or New Year's Day celebrations, but people are doing them 2 weeks before, 2 weeks after midnight, well into the middle of the night, every night of the week. I'm sorry. No.
Can you
step back a little bit?
Yes, I'll step back when you guys start sitting forward, because you guys are talking like this. Yeah, I get it. I understand. I'm just getting you back. So when you guys do the lakefront, is there a way to put in place for like a beach for putting in kayaks and canoes? I've asked this before, and I want to make sure that's part of the plans. Eco funds, and the tree funds, et cetera. No crepe myrtles, and let's think about maybe some fruit trees as well. TNR, one of the things that I think was missing out of that whole conversation was education to the public. You really need to, feral cats.
Thank you. Terry Ellis.
You need to, thanks. In other words, I know people that will feed these cats, put cans of cat food out because they feel sorry for them. you can't feed the entire colony. I'm not against the TNR, I'm not against cats. But if you want to do, there's reasons to not bring them to your house and feed them. And people don't realize that, and you're not going to change some people's minds. But I think there needs to be a lot of education, because all you're doing is really a lot of times attracting other vermin. And I'd rather the feral cats eat that vermin. Thank you.
I agree.
I can hear you here, I can't hear Paul, and I know you're facing somebody.
Yeah.
So, that's okay. First, I want to say thank you to Maritza, because having her as part of the AHAC committee has kept Deltona at the forefront. And what a great job our AHAC committee is doing, and folks at the state level know that. So it's very, very important to have her. Secondly, I want to say that it is so hard. At one point, I was ready to cry, seriously. Trust me, I'm not a crier. But to sit here in the audience and not be able to make any comments on a particular item when you've been working on something for years and years and years is really, really painful. I understand, today was very special, okay? Hopefully we won't do too many of these all-day sessions. But when you have something like this conversation about homelessness was totally useless, because we don't really have a homeless problem. What we really have is a social service support, getting resources to people problem. I sent an email. Everybody knows that I've been working on this for years, and to not have any input was, I was really ready to cry. You have to figure out a way to have your residents that are proactively involved and being productive, figure out how to bring them into the conversation. I was here and I left and came back because somebody asked me to be here in case they called me as a subject matter expert because of something. And then here I am at the end of the day. I've sat here from 9 to, I went home for 30 minutes to eat. So you want people to be engaged, but quite honestly, it was a total waste of my time today. And truthfully, like I say, I was near in tears to hear some of the, the organizations that Jordan named. There's no Deltona presence. That information is on a high level, and that's what should be happening. But we should be talking about what's actually happening, not simply what's on somebody's corporate profile. So please figure out a way to get your residents that are in the fight with you, being positive, being cooperative, figure out a way to better bring them into these conversations. That's all I have to say, and I hope that if we have a social service meeting, that you'll get some resident input. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That's it. City manager comments?
Just want to thank the commission, mayor, everyone getting together for this Saturday. Any idea of next one? Obviously, that's a lot of items we had, but the morning was a little longer than we thought. Is it better to do an off Monday night, Tuesday after a commission meeting, Monday, Tuesday, do another Saturday, where we're going to start off with the public hearings?
Well, I don't mind Saturday. I'm speaking for myself. What I mind is let's not add special commission meetings
Yes, that's what I
to
mean.
this, because that was not conducive to anything. So.
Make sure the schedule is correct. Both pieces were advertised for 9 o'clock.
No, one was.
Well, one was 9, one was 9:15.
The special meeting was added after the fact, and so then that bumped the workshop to 9:15. So it was originally advertised as being 9 a.m.
To Maritza's point, though, I think it was Maritza that said not April 5th. That's the garden.
For the exact reason you're going to say.
It's the garden club plants.
Evening? Saturday evening?
All right, guys, hold on. There's too many people speaking. So here's what I'm going to do. Commissioner Santiago.
Since we have a few projects that have a 30-day limit, can we do it, give staff 30 days and then come back after that? Because is that going to be part of the workshop, or they're just going to bring it to the commission?
It's what's left here that we still got to go.
Whatever is left there? Oh, okay.
Just if Saturdays are good or evenings only.
I would request,
Okay, Commissioner Howington.
I would prefer the off-week Mondays.
evenings. I think that would require.
Vice Mayor Harriet, I'm going to call you individually.
I think doing it
Microphone.
I think doing it on the off week Mondays would require at least 2, if not 3 Mondays to accomplish the rest of this. If we can get them on the calendar, I'm not against it, but either I'm fine with that or another Saturday as long as it's just for the stuff that we missed today.
It would take a few Mondays, I believe.
Yeah.
Fire stations alone could take a while.
At least 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Well, and it might be too much. I mean, this was a lot to have in one.
Let's finish with the rest of
And
them.
commissioners also just keep in mind, we have budget meetings coming up also in the next month or so.
I would be okay with a Saturday to finish everything on here, to make way for the budget meetings, instead of doing continuous Mondays and not finishing up. That's just me. So, Commissioner Avila Vasquez.
So we have commission meetings, commission meeting workshops, and it worked fine. I don't know where it changed. I don't know where it stopped, but it's kind of hard to take away our weekends when we spend them with family. So I prefer if we can put it on the schedule, like Commissioner, your neighbor says. And we can
Just his neighbor now?
And you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if it has to be on a Saturday, I don't have a problem if my schedule is available, because on Saturdays it goes up by my schedule. So, but if it's on a Monday, I have no problem coming in
I
the
was supposed to
evening.
be at Disney today, so I get it.
See?
I'm going to echo what my neighbor said. Either Mondays or Saturday, Monday evenings or Saturdays.
And obviously, you'll have to reach out to Commissioner Lovey, but
I do want to flag one thing. So one challenge we're
flagging more than
having.
one thing there. I'm teasing you.
Yeah.
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you.
That's why you keep me around, right? Having a meeting every week is brutal on staff, particularly because everyone's now been tasked with a ton of projects to do in the next 30 days. We got to write all these ordinances. We got all this ship stuff. So I'm just going to tell you right now, you're going to churn everybody. So I'll just put that out there.
To that point, Mayor, if I can.
You are.
I would like to, I know. I would like to suggest that while we have a lot of important things on the rest of our agenda, to that point, I don't want to burn out staff, and we do have a lot of things that we have already asked of them today. So if we could look at a weekend, a Saturday, towards the end of April, early May, that might be best. Not specifically to wait until we get responses, but to allow time for staff to focus on what they've already been tasked with.
To be fair, a lot of the projects that are here, the stuff left over, like impact fees and stuff like that, which I think are important, we have overlays and stuff over them right now, so I think we're protected, at least for a little bit.
So again, if I don't have a problem working on Saturdays, but you know what? Please don't make it this long. I mean, it's ridiculous.
That was the special.
I'm not even getting paid for these hours, so
I'd actually,
don't even go there. But anyway,
I wasn't going there.
I just want to make another comment because I know I noticed there is no commission comments here. So before we close, today is March 29 and it's Vietnam Day, and I just want to give a thank you and shout out to all the guys and women who served in Vietnam, who are still here, who are not here, and for those who are still here, I just want to give them a real huge welcome home.
Welcome home.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton, you're on. We're not doing commissioner comments today, so I'm telling you because I just saw you get back on. So go ahead. I'm not doing commissioner comments. This is a work.
No, this is about the workshop. This goes back to the timing and scheduling. I believe this is the first workshop that we've had since I was elected. And I think going 5 months without a workshop is part of what has led us to the point where we've had an all-day meeting. So I think we probably need to not go more than 2, maybe, I would say probably 2 months at the most without having a workshop, because we need that time to come back and regroup and talk about things.
Okay. To be fair, I mean, city manager's been 10 months, so everybody's getting acclimated. You have a fair point, but we have a lot of new staff. That's probably the reason why.
Many things are discussed at commission meetings themselves also. So it's not hard issues necessarily, but certainly we went over some great things today.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
But a lot of the stuff has been requested during commission meetings, and we've never had a workshop. So it all, like you said, all piled up at one, and this is like it's 4:30 and we're still here.
Well, we're trying to end it, but
You're never
I
going
keep
to end
seeing
it.
the board light up.
We're going to keep bouncing back and forth.
This is the last conference.
Looking at what's left on the agenda, I see items D and E that do pertain a lot to the budget, but also F, G, and H that we have been asking for some time, and I think are also equally as important. If we could coordinate with splitting those, if we need to split them up, put F, G, and H together and first, ideally, because I think we can do those sooner, and that would take up less staff time than D and E. It's our policies.
Okay. Yeah, so did you want to flag something else?
We're just talking about dates and times.
If we can just get a date for the next workshop, because I know Commissioner Avila Vasquez was not going to be here, and the next stuff that she pointed out is a lot of it has to do with flooding, and then to Vice Mayor's point, the charter the guidelines for the commission, the charter officer evaluation process, that's all important stuff. So I mean, I have no issue knocking it out on a Saturday, but I will tell you, I am not going to upset my little girls anymore. So let's make sure we have ample time notice. Let's get this done, and if we start getting more of these workshops, and at least so we don't keep piling them on, I'd be happy. So good.
Pull off that special meeting in 15 minutes anyhow.
I have no idea. Meetings